Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Great, thank you. Good evening and welcome to the November 2, 2020 City Council Special Video Meeting. I'm Mayor Benson Wong. Prior to tonight's virtual City Council meeting, the Council held executive session for approximately 30 minutes via Microsoft Teams to discuss with legal counsel pending or potential litigation pursuant to RCW 42.30.110, paren 1, closed paren, small I, closed paren. No action was taken. Tonight's virtual City Council meeting is being brought to you using video conferencing technology provided by Zoom. We are also broadcasting live on MITV channel 21 and on the city's YouTube channel. City Manager Jesse Vaughn and some staff members will be participating in tonight's meeting while in the City Council chambers and maintaining the recommended social distance. City Attorney Beal Park and other staff members will be participating in tonight's meeting remotely. Public audience members are listening to the meeting by telephone or using the Zoom teleconferencing application. Again, welcome to all and thank you for joining us tonight. Council members, please have your microphones turned on whenever City Clerk Deb Estrada conducts a roll call during the meeting. She'll be conducting this roll call to accurately capture each person's vote. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Benson Wong.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Wendy Weicker.
Here.
Councilmember Lisa Anderl.
Here.
Councilmember Jake Jacobson.
Here.
Councilmember Salim Neese.
Here.
Councilmember Craig Reynolds.
Here.
And Councilmember Dave Rosenbaum.
Here.
Great, thank you. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Council, to ensure that only the U.S. flag is visible, please consider turning off your video camera or stepping out of the view of your camera. Please join Councilmember Salim Neese in saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We now move to our first item of business, which is to approve the agenda. Before entertaining a motion, I want to mention that the Governor Inslee's proclamation number 20-28.11 regarding the Open Public Meetings Act extends the statutory waivers and suspensions through November 9. Council may have a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Jacobson and seconded by Councilmember Rosenbaum to approve tonight's agenda. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderl.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye. Motion passes and the agenda is approved. For this meeting, we continue to utilize the Zoom platform. If a council member has a question, please use the raise your hand feature. I'll do my best to recognize the hands in order that they're raised. After being recognized, you may ask your question. Please try to limit yourself to one question and then one clarifying question if necessary, so that each council member has an opportunity to ask a question before the council member is given a second chance. Our first item tonight is actually a study session, Agenda Bill 5771, Ballot Measures 101. You are receiving a presentation and no action by the council is necessary. I encourage all members of the council to take advantage of Ms. Deanna Gregory of the Pacifica Law Group and to ask your questions about a levy lid lift. So with that, I will turn this over to City Manager Jesse Baum.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor Wong, and I believe there's Deanna. Hi, Deanna. Okay. As your agenda bill noted, City Council earlier this year, around first week of May, You formed a Youth and Family Services Working Group consisting of representatives from the City Council and the YFS Foundation. And you charged the group with discussing short-term and long-term funding options for the Youth and Family Services Department. One of the things that we've done a great job, and my thanks to the YFS Foundation and certainly our very generous community for helping us solve some short-term and through the end of 2021 financial challenges. We have now turned our attention to the long-term discussion, and one of the things that's come up is a potential ballot measure to support youth and family services. I think the item that's been talked about the most is the school counseling program. So before we get any further with those discussions, I wanted to have Deanna Gregory join us for an informational presentation so that we're all on the same page, if you will, of the playbook. So with that, I will turn it over to Deanna. She has a PowerPoint to share with us this evening. It's the same one that was included in your council packet.
Thank you. I'm Deanna Gregory. I'm a partner at Pacifica Law Group. I'm part of your bond counsel team over at Pacifica. So thank you for the invitation to be here tonight. I am coming from my house, so I'm doing the same logistics as a number of you, so apologize if there's any kind of background noise. I'm doing my best to keep it out of the sound. I am going to turn over my screen here in just a second to the PowerPoint presentation and walk through some background on levies, funding options available to the city, and then turn to levy lid lifts. And there's a lot of information, and I will buzz through it. And if you have any questions during the presentation, by all means, please ask. And then, of course, at the end, there'll be time for discussion as well, of course. So with that, I am going to see if I can do this correctly and share my screen. And let's see here. Slideshow. Okay, does everyone see
Yep.
a mountain and a lake?
Yep, we got it.
Excellent. Okay, good. There we go. Okay, here we go. So here's a bit of an overview of what we're going to talk about today. Revenue options, of course, you're not the, I'm sure as you can imagine, not the only city who's, and municipality in the state, let alone nationwide, looking for funding options for funding programs. I've personally been spending a lot of time on CARES funding over the last, 7 months, and the lost revenue and the big gaping hole that CARES funding has not filled and that the pandemic has left is really one of those things that's hitting a lot of jurisdictions, hitting hard at home. So this revenue options is one thing we're going to just look at briefly to see what's out there for funding youth and family services as the available revenue has slipped down. Then, of course, turning to property taxes, and then I mentioned lid lifts, and then turning to the ballot measure requirements. So if you do decide to go to seek voter approval for a levy lid lift, what those requirements are, and then touching finally on some PDC considerations just as general election reminders. So revenue options. So as I said, a lot of jurisdictions are out there right now trying to figure out how to fill that funding gap, especially with lost revenue, which there really isn't a great source of revenue for that big gap that the pandemic has left jurisdictions with. Regular property taxes and sales and use taxes comprise, of course, the majority of the city's general fund budget and general fund revenue overall. Again, you're not alone in that regard. It's an interesting how the pandemic has hit both general fund revenues with the sales taxes and the property taxes, and the differences that it's left in the state that municipalities are in now. But the good news is that hopefully at some point there's recovery, but in the meantime, in that short-term period of what to do to fill that gap is a big challenge. So just overview of revenue options, regular property taxes for general purposes. Those, of course, are your non-voted regular property taxes subject to constitutional and statutory limits. These can be used for any governmental purpose. It's a big component of your general fund revenue. We'll talk about levy lid lifts. That is one way to increase your regular property tax levy above those statutory and constitutional limits. Then there's, of course, your other property tax revenue, which is your excess property taxes for other purposes. One vehicle that Washington law allows for programs such as youth and family services is an operations and maintenance levy. This is a voter approved 1-year excess property tax levy. It can be used for operations. Typically excess property taxes, when they're tied to a bond issue, can only be used for capital projects. But this one can be used for operations and maintenance. It does require a supermajority voter approval requirement. But it is limited in duration. It's a 1-year only levy. So a lot of jurisdictions will use this tool as for a temporary funding gap. There's also some sales and use tax options that are out there. So your sales and use taxes, of course, are what make up the other large component of your general fund revenue. Your 1% basic sales and use taxes for general purposes. This is a sales and use tax that the city already takes and is deposited into your general fund. Again, a lot of flexibility with this revenue source. Just like your regular property taxes, it can be used for any governmental purpose. But of course, sales and use taxes being dependent on sales tax receipts and consumer activity, it of course is one of those funding sources that has been hit pretty hard, jurisdiction-wide through a number of jurisdictions as a result of the pandemic. There are other sales and use tax options that are out there. A lot of them are tied to very specific types of programs. Some of them also require voter approval. We did do a bit of digging on other sales and use tax options to see if any of those other specific types would potentially be a good fit for the Youth and Family Services program that you're working on finding a revenue source for. And unfortunately, based on what we found, there wasn't a good fit for sales and use tax for the voted or the other sales and use tax options. So based on kind of this arrangement of revenue options, I'm going to, for the next handful of slides, focus on your regular property taxes and of course the levy lid lift. Regular property taxes being one of those sources of funding that is very flexible, but of course there's those limitations in Washington law. So just by way of background, your regular property tax is subject to a number of limitations. Cities can impose both a regular property tax and an excess property tax. And there's sometimes some confusion regarding whether a levy lid lift authorizes an increase in your regular property tax or a separate excess property tax. And so I wanted to kind of lay some of this background foundational work because the levy lid lift applies to and raises a city's regular property tax levy. So a regular property tax can be used for general city purposes. As I've mentioned, it is subject to a number of limitations. There's the statutory rate that is the dollar per thousand of assessed value that depending on the type of jurisdiction is the specific number that cannot be exceeded as a maximum rate per thousand. So for cities, you can see the statutory rate per thousand there, depending on what type of city you are and what type of jurisdictions you are annexed into. There's also aggregate statutory and constitutional rate limits. There's the constitutional aggregate rate limit as well as the statutory rate limit. So when we talk about the $5.90 or the $10, those are the two references that we're referring to. Excess property taxes typically require voter approval. They are unlimited as to rate or amount. So your statutory rate limit that rate per thousand plus the aggregate limits do not apply to excess property taxes. That is the benefit of a excess property tax, is that it is an additional revenue stream on top of the regular property taxes that is going to devoted to a specific purpose. As I mentioned earlier, this is for capital projects. A lot of times it's tied to bonds. So for example, school districts will ask voters to approve an excess levy to support the debt service on bonds that are issued to finance their capital projects. There are some other exceptions, as I mentioned earlier, the 1-year O&M levy for operations and maintenance is that one exception to the general rule that excess levies are used for capital. So your regular property taxes are limited not only the rate per thousand and the aggregate rate, but also in the amount that a jurisdiction can raise the aggregate amount of its total regular property tax year over year. So here we're talking about the total dollar amount, not the rate per thousand, but the actual dollar amount that the jurisdiction is generating out of its regular property taxes. This is the 101 or the 1% limit. This is the based on this initiative 747, which was established a 101 levy limit. The initiative was actually struck down not long after it was approved, but the state legislature reinstated it. So along with that came some other ways to, with voter approval, raise this limit, which is of course where we get to the levy lid lift. So this is the limit on how much a city can raise its total annual amount that it collects year over year from that levy rate. So here we're talking about, again, the aggregate complete dollar amount. What it is that a jurisdiction cannot raise revenue or increase revenue year over year in excess of 101% plus some exceptions. So that 101% cap is what we refer to in Washington state law as our levy lid. So it's a lid on how much a jurisdiction can collect from regular property taxes from year over year. So just to show as an example here to kind of put this into some actual numbers, these are the city's levies from 2017 through 19, and then of course the preliminary, information for 2020, the levy information, of course. So you can see in each year, the city has looked at the prior year levy plus that 1%, it's referred to both as the 1% or the 101%, which is your optional increase there on that second line. There's also, like I mentioned, some exceptions. So the limitation is that 101% plus new construction. And then there's some adjustments, as you can see, for the refunds. That is what gets you, that math is what gets you to the amount of your regular levy that the city has levied in each year. And you can see how that 1% plays in. So you really have to look at, and you can really see the aggregate effects of that, how the levy lid impacts, and really what it does is it ends up restricting the amount of revenue that a city can generate. So even though you may have a $3.60 or $3.60 rate per thousand statutory available levy, because of the limit on the amount of the dollar amount that the city can generate year over year, a city is still limited in the amount of the actual dollars that it can produce for its programs. You'll see down in the lower part of this chart reference to two existing levy lid lifts that the city has. The city has a 2008 Parks and Maintenance Operations Levy plus a 2012 Fire Station and Apparatus Levy. that were both levy lid lifts that were done in those years for approved by the voters. And of course, the impact of those was to raise that levy limit for those specific purposes. You can see down in those footnotes that those two levy lid lifts that are set to expire in pretty near future in end of 2021 and into 2023. So move it along here. So lifting that 101% levy lid, this is the mechanism that Washington legislature gave to jurisdictions to, in a time of when you need to increase your levy more than that 101%. It's the tool that the legislature gave to jurisdictions to go ahead and do that. It is has a few requirements, of course, to go along with it. One of those is voter approval, but unlike an excess levy, it does have a number of differences. So a city can increase its regular property tax levy by either drawing on bank capacity, which I know we're not going to spend a lot of time about today because I know the city doesn't have bank capacity, or again, seeking voter approval for this levy lid lift. What the levy lid lift itself refers to is really just lifting that 101% cap for a certain period of time, depending on the type of levy that is approved by the levy lid lift that's approved by the voters. Unlike an excess levy, which typically requires a supermajority voter approval, a levy lid lift requires a simple majority voter approval. So just 50% plus one, and no validation requirements. You may hear a lot about excess levies requiring voter approval plus a certain percentage of voters who turned out at the last general election need to come forward and vote for the election that your proposition is in front of the voters. There are no validation requirements for a levy lid lift. So in a year like tomorrow, when we have a general election that has record turnout, a levy lid lift is not impacted by that validation requirement. The levy lid lift authorizes an increase in the city's regular property tax levy. And again, it's not an excess property tax levy. It's still the city's regular property tax levy. So the amount that's collected as a result of the levy lid lift continues to be part of the city's regular property tax levy and collections. It's also subject to the constitutional and statutory rate limitations. So for example, a city couldn't raise its levy above the 360 or whatever the cap is for that specific jurisdiction, even with voter approval. You're still subject to the rate per thousand, as well as the constitutional and statutory rate limitations. The good thing about a levy lid lift is that the really broad and general authorized purposes carry forward for the city's regular property tax levy. So it can be used for any city purpose or for a specific purpose. As you saw for the city's existing levy lid lifts, those refer to specific purposes. If the city wanted to pursue a levy lid lift for youth and family services, it could be designed for that purpose as well as for other general purposes. So there are two options for levy lid lift. And when we talk about levy lid lift options, this is the number of years, we're referring to the number of years that the city would lift the lid. There's kind of two fundamental options for the city to it's almost like a choose your own adventure. There's kind of two fundamental structuring options. One is for how many years does the city need to raise the levy lid? So how many years, either once or up to 6 years, does the city need to generate enough revenue for the specific program? Does the city need to raise that levy lid in order to do so? Then there's the second question, which is whether the levy lid lift should be for an indefinite period of time or whether it should be for a specific period of time. And that is a reference to how long should the city generate regular property taxes as a result of the levy lid lift. So first, we're going to talk about the first kind of step in the decision-making tree, which is for how many years does the city need to generate, or does need to, lift the levy lid in order to increase its regular property taxes. There are two options under Washington law. One is what we call a one bump increase. This is where from 1 year to the next, the city would increase its levy from above that 101% for 1 year. So from this year to, or you have to start next year, but from 1 year to the next, instead of being capped at that aggregate, that rate amount, that complete dollar rate amount, that aggregate amount, you would increase your levy, that amount for 1 year. So the increase occurs in the first year only. It can be used for any lawful governmental purpose. You're not required to state any purpose in the ballot, for example. Some jurisdictions choose to because it helps resonate with voters, but you're not legally required to. The ballot measure must state the total regular property tax rate in the first year. So let's say you're trying to generate an additional $900,000 of regular property taxes from 1 year to the next. You would then back into that rate per thousand, depending on the assessed valuation. One of the benefits of a single year levy lid lift, option number one, is that there are no supplanting restrictions, and we'll talk about supplanting here in just a moment. And thinking down the path of the decision-making tree, it can be a temporary or permanent levy lid lift. So again, thinking long-term for how long the city will generate funds for that specific program, it can be temporary or permanent. So here is an illustration of a 1 year levy lid lift. And this is from MRSC, and you may be familiar with these charts. MRSC has some really great information on their website regarding levy lid lifts. You can see here from the second column to the next, you'll see that green increase is that first year is that one-time bump. So from 1 year to the next, the jurisdiction would increase your levy above that 101%, or the 1% as they've referenced here, above that annual limit. And then after that, for that, the duration of the levy lid lift, the total levy, regular levy, is subject to the 1%. So it would bop along with the 1% annual increase cap year over year. And then at the end of the levy lid lift, it would drop down to what the jurisdiction would have collected had the levy lid lift never occurred. So you can see how there's a 5-year period where the jurisdiction here in this example would benefit from that levy lid lift. And so unlike your one-time bump or your one-time increase levy lid lift option, your second option is a multiple year lift. And this option permits the city to exceed the 101 limit in each year for up to 6 years. So you're allowed year over year increases above the 1%, but only for a period of up to 6 years. We refer to this as a multi-year bump increase. Us finance bond attorneys we're not the most creative types, so it's a one-time bump or a multi-year bump here. After that initial 6-year period or up to 6-year period and the successive years of increasing a regular property tax levy year over year above that 1%, after that time period runs for the time that the lid is lifted, after that, the regular levy would be subject to the 101% limit. Another good thing about a levy lid lift is that the option number 2 is that it can be used for any lawful governmental purpose, similar to the other type. But the ballot measure must state the purpose. So there is a bit of a different ballot measure requirements for a multi-year bump levy lid lift. After the first year, the ballot measure itself must include what the jurisdiction, or here what the city would use for as the index for subsequent years. So for example, if the city wanted to increase its regular levy to a certain dollar amount per thousand in that first year, after that, it could say 104% each year, or some other factor tied to inflation, for example, some other number. There are supplanting restrictions for jurisdictions located in King County. And again, we'll talk about supplanting in just a moment. And the other type of levy lid lift option, they can be temporary or permanent. Oops. So here is an illustration of what a multi-year levy lid lift would look like. So if you can look again at the second to the third column, you'll see that the first and second column are at the increase there is at 101%. In the third year, that increase is above the 101%. And then in years 2, 3, 4, and 5, the levy, the regular levy, is increased more than the 1% again in each of those years. And so it's increases by whatever factor is included in the ballot measure that's approved by the voters. Also, again, because this is a temporary levy lid lift, at the end of the time period that the levy is done, or the lift, I should say, is done, the city's regular property tax levy would revert to what it would have been had the levy never been improved. Okay, so again, looking at the kind of decision-making tree of things to think about when you're considering a levy lid lift is, of course, the first one is which type of levy lid lift to pursue. Now, a lot of that depends on financial needs, of course, of the program and whatever funding gap you're trying to fill. If it's for a specific project or a specific program versus to pay debt service on bonds, for example, or if it is for something that would be longer term. And so depending on and how much revenue needs to be generated in order to meet the needs of the city and the impact to voters, of course, and property taxpayers. So determining how many years to lift the levy lid is kind of your first consideration of what needs to be thought of and decided. And that goes to the heart of whether it's a one-time increase or a multi-year increase for up to 6 years. Then the next question, of course, is whether the levy lid lift should be temporary or permanent. The levy lid lift it adjusts the basis. It adjusts that total amount that the city would use to determine the subsequent year's levies. So at the end of the lift, at the end of that time period, the city would need to decide whether or not the final levy amount as a result of the levy lid lift would be used to calculate subsequent levies, and or whether or not the city's levy would go back to what it would have been had the levy lid lift never occurred. So there are a lot of options here with temporary or permanent, but this is a longer and a different question than how many years to lift the levy lid, which really goes again to the heart of whether it should be a one-time bump or a multi-year increases for up to 6 years. If you are paying debt service out of your levy lid lift funds, which the city did with its most recent levy lid lift, is you are limited to a 9-year lift. And I don't think that's an option here for this, or part of the plan here for this program, but that is something to think about for future potential levy lid lifts down the road. Supplanting limitations, given that the city is in King County, this is something that we'll need to kind of have on the table as a consideration. It applies to multi-year levy lid lifts for jurisdictions in King County only. There was some allowance a number of years ago for all jurisdictions, and the supplanting restrictions were put aside for a couple of years. and that was fell on the heels of the Great Recession after the financial crisis of 2008. I haven't heard anything about whether or not folks in Olympia are thinking of doing any kind of similar supplanting limitation, removing the supplanting limitation as a result of the pandemic and trying to give jurisdictions some assistance to generate a lost revenue. I haven't heard of it, but again, you never know what's going to come down the pipeline. But the supplanting limitations, absent some kind of congressional action, or sorry, legislative action, the supplanting limitations would apply to a multi-year levy lid lift if that's the route the city would like to go. So basically what it means is that the tax revenue raised as a result of the levy lid lift may not supplant existing funds used for the limited purpose specified in the ballot title. So if the city has funds for the program that it's trying to fill and fund, then it cannot use levy lid lift funds to finance that program and then swap those dollars out to another purpose. I don't think, based on what we've discussed so far, that this is an issue for you all, considering the loss of revenue from the thrift shop and from other traditional revenue sources for the youth and family services programs. But it is, again, something to keep in mind as you're exploring and kind of batting around the idea of a levy lid lift in the future. There's also some exemptions that need to be included in the ballot title. If these are considerations that the city wants to pursue and wants to ask voters to approve, it's just to keep in mind that they do need to be included in the ballot title themselves. And in 2018, I believe it was 18, the legislature changed levy lid lift rules to include that, to require that certain exceptions need to be included in the ballot title. And one specifically is to exempt qualifying seniors and persons with disabilities. That language has to be included in the ballot title, and there's some sample language down there below. And that's important from a financial planning perspective, as well as because you are, of course, limited in the number of words that can be used in your ballot title. And so that goes into the calculation. So speaking of the ballot title, if you would like to pursue a levy lid lift, they are, it does need to, of course, be approved by the voters. And the ballot title itself follows the same format requirements that are applicable to other local measures. So there's essentially 3 sections to a ballot title: identification, of course, of the legislative body, which would be, of course, you all, the Mercer City Council. A statement of the subject matter, and you're limited to just a handful of words there. A concise description of the measure, not to exceed 75 words, and then a question, which is essentially whether or not it should be approved. There are a host of other ballot title requirements to keep in mind that when you start looking at ballot measure language that will want to make sure that are satisfied. So for example, the single subject requirement, other things that like that would, the general rules applicable to elections and ballot measures would apply to levy lid lift in the same way. So your 75-word concise description for your single year levy lid lift, if this is a route that the city ends up and would like to pursue, the maximum tax rate to be collected in the first year has to be included in the ballot measure itself. So that number, of course, because it's a factor that's generated out of the the total amount of the property tax regular levy, we can back into that number and include it in the ballot measure itself. It is not necessary to say the incremental increase. So for example, if the goal of the levy lid lift is to increase the levy by 20 cents per thousand in that first year, it's not necessary to include the incremental increase, nor is it necessary to include the total dollar amount that the levy lid lift is expected to generate. So again, using the same example, that 900,000, it's not necessary to include that either. A number of jurisdictions prefer to include those two factors, but they're not required by Washington state law. They would be for illustrative purposes only. If it's a temporary levy lid lift, so again, it's that because we're talking about a single year levy lid lift, so you would have a single year lift of the levy limit, and then let's say the city would like to continue that levy lid lift for a certain period of years, so 8 years or 15 years, depending on, just throwing out examples. We would say that the duration as well in the ballot title. And if it's permanent, and it would continue really on as part of the city's regular property tax levy into indefinitely, then we would provide the language that about the levy lid lift amount, the amount that's generated out of that would be the basis for calculating subsequent levies. Again, if the city would like to include the exemption for qualifying seniors and other persons, we would need to include that language. But the thing about a single year levy lid lift is that it's not statutorily required. You're not statutorily required to state a purpose. You can really just be completely silent. Washington law allows you to be silent in the ballot itself about the purpose. Of course, there are voter considerations with that. A lot of jurisdictions choose to include the purpose, but it's not legally required. For a multi-year lift,
Deanna, if I could just pop in real quick. I know you're coming close to the end. I want to make sure we have enough time for council discussion, and
Yes.
we're a little over time at this point for presentation. So if we could just wrap up the last couple slides and then we'll open the floor up.
yes, perfect.
Awesome, thank you.
There are some additional requirements for a multi-year lift, and that is, as I've already mentioned, to include the rate factor that the levy would increase year over year for that 6-year period. I do have some election dates. If you are considering going to the voters in the near future, we do have the election dates as well as the ordinance filing deadline. The process here is outlined the city council would adopt an election ordinance, and that would of course include your ballot measure and would have all the information regarding a single year lift or a multi-year lift. And one of the key things there is in terms of timing is that the ballot measure may be submitted no more than 12 months before the tax will be imposed. So it's really designed to, once the voters approve it, the levy lid lift will go into effect the next year. Other considerations, your classic PDC rules and guidelines regarding use of public funds and public facilities to support a ballot measure would apply to a levy lid lift, just like they would in the ordinary course. So just to keep those in mind, kind of the highlight here is to, once we start, if you decide to go down this path, to revisit those PDC guidelines at the beginning of the planning process, just so you know the bookends of, and are just reminded and refreshed in your mind of those bookends of what can and cannot be used to support a levy lid lift. And let's see here, that's it.
All right.
Great. Thank you so much, Deanna. A lot of information to
A lot of information.
absorb. We have a question from Councilmember Rosenbaum.
I think Craig was first. I'll defer to him.
Okay, is that okay with you, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr.
I saw his hand when I put mine up, so I
That's fine. All
figured
right.
I'd be polite.
I just have a question about the supplanting regulations. Actually, two. The first one is we're in a position right now where we're considering budgeting general fund revenues to fund YFS, the Youth and Family Services. Am I to understand that if we do actively budget money for YFS and then pass this levy lid lift, or pass a levy lid lift to fund YFS, we can't shift those monies elsewhere? And if so, would we be better off strategically not to budget that money at this time?
So Deanna, let me jump in here too. What Councilmember Reynolds is referring to is we've typically funded youth and family services through thrift shop revenue. And we are proposing to close the gap in the 21-22 budget, at least to balance the budget using one-time funds from the general fund. So we can't adopt an unbalanced budget.
Right.
So maybe you can talk about that.
Sure. So that supplanting from a statutory perspective is that existing funds, so tax revenue raised by the levy lid lift may not supplant existing funds used for the limited purposes specified in the ballot title. That's the restriction. Existing funds mean the actual operating expenditures for the calendar year in which the ballot measure is approved by the voters. Actual operating expenditures exclude lost federal funds, lost or expired state grants or loans, extraordinary events not likely to reoccur, changes in contract provisions, and so on and so forth, and major non-reoccurring capital expenditures or other expenditures. So there is a lot of, I would say, flexibility for a jurisdiction to show that filling the gap temporarily in 1 year would not preclude you from subsequent years, because it does look at, you're looking at the calendar year in which the ballot measure is approved by the voters. And I do have to say, I do think in a time, just practically speaking, in a time when lost revenue is at there's such a gaping amount of lost revenue as a result of the current economic situation, it would be challenging to show, I would say, if there ever was a challenge, to show that the city was really in fact supplanting funds dedicated for this purpose, because there's so much less revenue, and your typical historical revenue source for this program is in fact the thrift shop and the revenues that are generated from that source.
So my follow-up question is, if we're depending on a combination of thrift shop revenue and levy revenue, or excess or additional levy revenue, levy lid lift revenue, and then the thrift shop ends up more profitable than we expect, so that we don't need the excess levy revenue as much. In order to be compliant with this, would we have to reduce the levy lid lift in later years, or would we have to spend more on YFS to use up the extra money, or could we shift that extra money that we'd made from the thrift shop to some other function of government?
I think the latter is thrifting the thrift shop funds to another source of fund of another program is probably the one that we'd want to look into more, because it does raise supplanting questions. I don't want to say 100% across the board it would be considered supplanting, but it does raise considerations, because there is enough revenue coming in from that program to fund, from that revenue source to fund the program. Then it does, of course, raise supplanting questions. I do want to back up, though, as just a reminder that the supplanting restrictions only apply in a multi-year bump levy lid lift. So a one-time bump, if the city were to seek voter approval for a 1-year increase over the 101 cap, then the supplanting restrictions do not apply. And there's a lot more flexibility. If you were to go for a multi-year levy lid lift increase, not the duration of the lid lift itself, but of the number of years in a row that the city would like to increase its regular property taxes above that 101%, and that's capped, of course, at the 6-year mark. The supplanting restrictions only apply in a multi-year bump scenario. So you have options with how to structure a levy lid lift, and some jurisdictions choose to increase their regular property tax levy and to seek voter approval for a 1-year bump to not have the worry of the supplanting limitations instead of a multi-year bump, if that
That would require a 60% approval, correct?
No, they both require both levy lid lift options, the one-time bump and the multi-year bump, require just a majority. So.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood here. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Deanna, can you also, just a quick follow-up,
Yeah.
remind us if we passed a levy, a 6-year levy, a one-time bump, and in year 3, the thrift shop is just revenues off the charts,
Yep.
what the council would do if they decided in that moment they no longer needed the levy?
You could certainly reduce the city's regular property tax levy, especially in a 1%, or sorry, in a one-time bump or in a multi-year bump. The city always has the option of setting its regular property tax levy to meet the needs of the city in subsequent years. And so if revenues start to come in, which hopefully at some point they will, from the thrift shop or from another revenue source for this purpose, then the city is not required to take the full amount that you otherwise could.
Great, thank you. Hey, Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks, Dana. I don't know if there's somewhere you can kind of point me to find this, but I'm curious to learn about what other cities, sort of where our current levy structure in terms of what work versus other cities, and also if those other cities have permanent or temporary, single-year, multi-year. I'm just trying to get a better idea of what the sort of
Yeah. And when you, for the first part of your question, for what other cities are, what they're facing, do you mean in terms of their regular property tax levy and the amount they're levying, or are you referring to their overall general fund budget and what their resources are?
No, I mean, anything above, any special levy above sort of standard 1% increase in property taxes.
Yeah. MRSC, I had some charts from them on in the PowerPoint. They have a really, really good webpage devoted to levy lid lifts. And there's also an index of levy lid lifts that have been approved over the last handful of years. I'm not sure the last time it was updated, but I know as of a number of years ago, it was pretty up to date. But that would be a really good resource for looking at what other jurisdictions have done. And the passage rate, again, used to be on their website. There's also examples of some kind of testimonial of what some jurisdictions have kind of lived through in the levy lid lift, in the levy lid lift arena, as well as examples of ballot measures and other requirements. I do have to say, though, as you're looking through historical documents, the ballot requirements for levy lid lifts have changed, and they seem to change every couple of years, whether the legislature is adding in new requirements or whether a court is interpreting the requirements a certain way. So the ballot language has most definitely evolved over the last number of years since levy lid lifts have been put into place. But those would be really good additional materials that would be available for you.
All right, thank you.
Deanna, this is Benson. I'm just curious whether or not you have an opinion on election date that might be considered, or for different reasons.
I get this question all the time, I have to say, there's so many different factors that can go into it, especially in a year like this where we have an election year. Voters may be a little, have like voter fatigue, a little exhausted after the activities of tomorrow. It really just depends on, I think, on a number of factors. What else is on the ballot? Whether the school district, for example, or if there are any other measures on the ballot, whether a large election just occurred, whether there have been recent similar requests made to voters, whether there's property taxes for bonds or for other operational purposes. It really just depends because you don't have those validation requirements. The timing in terms of looking back at the last general election are off the table. That's not a concern. But if there are other competing measures, then that might be something that the city would want to look at.
Deanna, I had you go quickly through the last couple of slides. The one-time bump can happen at any election. The multi-year bump
Yes.
is a primary or general election only. Am I remembering that correctly?
That is correct. Good memory. As you start walking down and kind of deciding what type of increase the city may be interested in, there are considerations with respect to when you're allowed to go and ask voters, which election dates you can ask voters to approve the levy lid lifts. For a one-time bump, so a one-time increase over the 101%, the city can go at any election. But there are only two options in any year for seeking voter approval for a multi-year bump levy lid lift. So if you want to increase the regular property tax for successive years up to a 6-year period, those can only be those can only go before voters at the 2 times of the year.
The primary and the general.
The primary and the general. Sorry, I was drawing a blank there on the primary. The primary and the general.
Of any year?
Within the year, correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, great. Councilmember Rosenbaum, your hand is up. Did you have another question?
No, he doesn't.
Okay. Any other questions? Again, Deanna, thank you so much. Again, a lot of information that we're going to process and with the help of our city manager. So again, thank you so much. Okay.
And council, I'll just mention that if you have, this was a lot of information to digest. It's very technical, which is why we call on Deanna to help. If you have questions that come up after this evening, please feel free to send them to me and we'll get the answers for you. And thank you, Deanna.
Oh, my
Great.
pleasure. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks again. Next on the agenda, we have the city manager's report. And for that, we welcome City Manager Jesse Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Give me a moment to share my screen. All right. Let me fix this here. Again, good evening. It is Monday, November 2nd. First, I'll start with an update on COVID-19. Just briefly, our case counts. Certainly, if you've been tracking the news lately in areas of King County, they are seeing cases increasing above where they'd like to, particularly other areas, South King County, other areas of the state of Washington. And in national news, there are hotspots around the nation as well. Here on Mercer Island, as of yesterday, we had 207 confirmed cases. This is up. The last time I reported you, October 19th, we were at 197 cases. So Mercer Island, we're staying pretty flat, and that is good news. Let's keep working on it because even if cases are rising around us, we do have an opportunity to impact our community case counts for sure. A reminder, we have a call center. If you have questions about COVID, you can contact us there. And we also continue to publish, literally this is daily information to our Let's Talk page on the coronavirus. This is information for residents and businesses as well. Okay, just a quick meeting update for all of you. We are heading into a busy couple of weeks here. As a reminder, all of our meetings are taking place virtually. I've said this many, many times, and I will keep saying that. I don't see a change in that for some time. So we're planning, as we head into 2021, to keep our council meetings and all of our board and commission meetings virtual. City Council, your next meeting is November 17th. For board and commissions, Parks and Recreation is meeting this week, November 5th. This will be the first time they've met actually since the pandemic, so welcome back. The Arts Council and the Utility Board are both meeting on November 10th. The meeting times are staggered. I know I had some concerns expressed about the overlapping meeting times previously, so I will talk to staff about trying to break those up. At a minimum, we're splitting the times up there. And then the Planning Commission comes back on November 12th. So all of our meetings, as a reminder, are on our website, and we are keeping the dates on the website updated. For those of you watching right now, the presentation, maybe not hanging out for the end of the meeting, I'll just remind you that we are in the process of adopting our 21-22 biennial budget. This evening, at the end of the meeting, we'll be working through our budget proposals. Council, on November 17th, I'll be coming back as a reminder to adopt your utility rates, your NORCOM rates. You have some ARCH business items to take care of that evening, and to adopt your property tax levy via resolution. So that's coming up. And then after we get through tonight and the 17th, which will inform our final inputs to the budget, we'll be back in front of you December 1st with the intent of adopting our 21-22 budget. So we are about halfway through the process. A reminder, all of our budget documents are available on our website, and we have the link there. City service updates, and I've got quite a few of them, so I'll pick up the pace here. A reminder, election day is tomorrow. The drop box will close promptly at 8:00 p.m. So if you still have a ballot outstanding, either get it into the drop box or get it to the post office postmarked before 8 p.m., actually 5 p.m. tomorrow for the post office. So last year, we had a traffic jam at the ballot box at 8:00 p.m. I'm hoping, given the number of ballots that have already been cast, that won't occur. But just a reminder, get your ballots in the box as soon as you can. I understand election officials will have extra staff coming and emptying the box. But let's avoid the 8 p.m. Traffic jam if we can. All right, one thing, Council, that I've had actually a number of community members reach out concerned about what might happen on election night and just the potential for unrest. So I wanted to let you know that our Mercer Island Police Department is prepared. We'll be staffing up a little bit tomorrow night. And this is not based on any firm intelligence that says Mercer Island is going to be, impacted by an event or a large-scale protest. It's just a preventative measure. When we staff up for events like this, we work out of our EOC. And we're also available to assist our neighbors if that becomes a need. So wanted to let you know we will have some additional staff from our police department on duty tomorrow evening, just as a preventative measure. I've got, I think, about 3 more slides for the police department. October 24th, we had a very successful medication take-back event. We collected 444 pounds of prescription medications and over-the-counter medications. Last year, we were at 284 pounds. This was a pretty significant increase. We are certainly pleased to partner with the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration to remove these medications from our homes. So I wanted to say thank you to everyone who turned out and participated in the event, and particularly also to our police department and our staff that supported this initiative. Also a reminder from the police department, and some of you, if you're on Nextdoor, you saw a very active thread running last week about pedestrian safety reminders, and the timing of that thread was great because the time change just happened, and that dusk hour is moving up, and it's just really hard to see people that time of evening. So a reminder, when you're out walking, and we do encourage you to get out and exercise. For some of us, it's all we have right now during the pandemic. Just a reminder, stay on the sidewalks. When there is no sidewalk, walk facing traffic. Follow the rules of the road, cross within crosswalks where you can. Try to be in well-lit areas. And the most important thing is to be visible. My rain jacket is pitch black, so that's not really effective when I'm out walking in the evenings. Wear reflective gear. They're readily available online. And this is a really important reminder. If you're out with your kids and your pets, again, for some of us, this is our only sanity we have right now, make sure they're wearing reflective gear as well. Please take extra caution at driveways, and let's just all remember it's an important time to share the road and be safe. Another safety reminder from the police department. Some of you may have heard there have been some neighborhoods that have been the victim of car prowlers recently. Last week, I think it was Friday, it was my neighborhood, and one of our vehicles was broken into. There's been some hot spots on the island over the last 3 or 4 weeks. So police is working. We've got the detectives working on all of these cases. If you were a victim of a car prowl, we certainly would encourage you to file a police report. It does help our detectives. But in the meantime, some reminders: lock your doors. One of the most recent car prowls, most of the vehicle doors were unlocked. Secure your windows, your doors, your sunroofs, convertible tops, whatever it might be. Don't leave valuables sitting on your seat. This is kind of strikes me that sometimes when I get home from work, I forget, I leave a bag sitting on the seat, so reminder to check that. When you can, park in well-lit areas. I know some of our on-street parking is not very well lit. Set your alarm, and if you see anything, even on your Ring cameras overnight, call 911 and let us know. We are tracking the most recent incidents. So again, a reminder, stay safe and please report something if you see it. Okay, moving on to some project updates and other city operations update. The East Seattle school demolition, I wanted to let you know that the city issued the demolition permit, which authorizes the demolition of the old school building right off of West Mercer Way there. The demolition is to make way for a proposed subdivision. Council, I believe you're aware of this project. It's been going on for some time. The permit was informed by the environmental impact statement that was prepared for this project, which looked at potential impacts and alternative actions. So what I wanted to let you know, Council, is conditions were added to the permit, which require the applicant to take measures to mitigate the impact of the demolition on historic resources, as well as other standard measures such as protecting trees and installing erosion control. I don't have enough time to go through all the details of the permit, but we do have all of this information posted on our Let's Talk page. If you just look for the East Seattle subdivision tile when you get to the Let's Talk page. On communications update, some of you may have noticed the MI Weekly, which goes out on Wednesdays, has a new look. This is tied to our website update. We have implemented a new template for the MI Weekly. For those of you that aren't receiving the MI Weekly, just a reminder that you can sign up and subscribe. We'll probably be doing a little promo to see if we can get some more readers for the MI Weekly. I think it goes to over 5,000 accounts now. And we have far more information happening any given week than we have room in the MI Weekly. So just a reminder that you can also connect with us via social media. We've got a Facebook page, Twitter, we post on Nextdoor, and an Instagram account. In some cases, we have multiple Facebook pages for city departments. Okay, a sustainability update. Council, this will actually be, information will be in the MI Weekly tomorrow. Some of you may not have known, in 2016, the city signed an agreement with PSE to help fund and purchase wind power from a Skookumchuck wind farm in Centralia. We partnered with a number of other entities, King County, Bellevue, Issaquah, and some local businesses like REI and Starbucks, who also partnered in the Green Direct program. So this wind farm will be operational later this month, and I will let you know it's about 24 months behind schedule due to a whole host of reasons, including the pandemic. The Skookumchuck, that's a fun word to say, wind farm has 38 turbines capable of producing 137 megawatts, which may not mean much to you, but that can power about 30,000 homes a year. So what do I know about what's coming next? The starting rate for green power is actually less than current rate for conventional power. Now that the wind farm is becoming active, we'll save about $12,000 a year. This is a fee we were paying to offset the environmental impacts of using our conventional power. And approximately 30% of our current power is purchased by the city is coal-based. So the exciting thing about joining this program is when the wind farm energizes later this month, 100% of the city's power supply will be carbon-free. So this is a pretty exciting project. It's taken longer than we anticipated. We'll be sharing more information with the community in the MI Weekly tomorrow. And Council, I have a history of this program email queued up to send to you probably tomorrow or Wednesday. All right, in the some good news category. Hey, I just wanted to give a shout out to Dorothy Hollingsworth. She celebrated her 100th birthday last week. And the Mercer Island Police Department and Fire Department were able to join in a drive-by celebration for Dorothy. So Dorothy, on behalf of the city of Mercer Island, happy birthday. And no, we aren't able to get out to every birthday, but if you have a really important milestone coming up and we're not responding to an emergency, hey, please reach out. Our police and fire departments and other staff are certainly willing to get out and say hello and pass along best wishes for a birthday. Happy birthday. Another good news story for you, City Council. Recently, the fire department crews responded to a 911 call for the smell of smoke. And it was actually this young man whose name I don't have permission to share, but we are able to share a picture from that day. A young man noticed that an electrical power strip was making a popping sound and he could smell smoke, and he quickly unplugged the cord. When our fire crews got there, he was right. The power strip was failing, and if left alone, it possibly could have caused a fire. So thankful to him for his quick assessment and actions. And he also got to have a fun visit from the fire department. So congratulations on being alert. And thank you for your assistance. Hey, and some other good news. I have some really good news. You may recall that we started mobilizing a couple weeks ago to start taking thrift shop donations at the community center. It took actually it didn't take 2 weeks, but over a 2-week period, we had to take all of the equipment, which is significant, from the thrift shop to the community center. We had to protect the Mercer room floor. We've got a pretty nice floor in there to make sure we don't damage it, rolling those big heavy carts. And we got everything set up to allow for donations and sorting. The other thing we did, Council, is we had a whole bunch of holiday items stored in the recycle center. You may know that when seasonal items come in, we hold them and we don't move them to the sales floor until it gets closer to that season. So we did have seasonal holiday items at the recycle center that have now been moved to the thrift shop floor. And we have donations at the community center that will be processed and also moving to the community center. So how did it go? It went fantastic. In fact, I was talking to some of the staff that worked the donation event today, and they just said it was one of their best experiences of their whole career. People were happy to finally be donating these items, cleaning out their houses. Some people had to wait for up to 45 minutes. They were still happy. I understand Ryan Daly, who's one of our EOC staff, recreation staff member, and also helping with the thrift shop. He stood in line and he tells me bad dad jokes to the people that were waiting. So it sounds like a lot of fun was had. Over 125 vehicles and thousands of pounds of donations. In fact, we hadn't really contemplated what our capacity would be for a one-time event, but I'm told we definitely hit it. So now the fun begins. We have to process these items. They'll be held for a few days. That's part of the decontamination. They'll be sanitized, and then they'll be moved to the thrift shop floor. For those of you waiting in the line, we did have some traffic challenges, but we've learned from the first event, and this coming Saturday, we'll be making some changes. Speaking of, just a couple things. If you're going to donate on Saturdays, you have to wear a mask. We can only have one vehicle unloading at a time. You do have to unload your own items. That is a limitation. So if you have something that's a little bulky or heavy, or you're not able to lift, bring someone with you. We do have new drop boxes at the community center, and they're shown in this picture here. So if you can't come on Saturdays and you have just a small number of items, please use those drop boxes. However, a reminder not to dump items. If it's something that really should go in the garbage or be recycled, please do so. There is a cost to us if we have to dispose of items that aren't saleable. Anyway, more information is on our website about the items that we are accepting at this time. And finally, so this is a shot of the lobby of the community center. Those are all the bins stacked up there. And then we also have bins in the Mercer room. So we still need more volunteers. Excuse me. If you're interested in volunteering and helping either on this end, sort and process goods, or volunteering at the thrift shop, please do reach out to Suzanne Fallon, whose email address is at the bottom of this screen. Okay, Council, sorry, frog in my throat. Illuminate Mercer Island. This is the event we've started to talk about. It's not a traditional event where people will gather, but it's a fun event where we will be lighting the trees along 78th Avenue Southeast from the Sculpture Park to Mercerdale Park. And we have an event date, Saturday, November 14th from 9 to 2. We are looking for volunteers to come out and help us put up lights. And while the road is closed, we will have some staff out. We're also going to weed the median of 78th. If you've looked at it, it's a little sad. It's one of the impacts of the budget reductions this year. We will have appropriate social distancing. Masks will be required for you to participate in this event. And if you have little guys, little kids, this may not be the best for that event for them to get involved in, but they can certainly come out and say hello. We are looking for people that can do the weeding and help install the lights. If you're a local business and you want to get involved, please do reach out to us. And by the way, we do still need sponsors. I'm told that we have a sponsor that has come in and potentially will be a match situation where they will give a portion of, they will match a portion of the donations up to a certain amount. So I'll be getting more information about that and kicking that out to all of you. If you would like to volunteer or sponsor, you can call us at the 206-275-7626. That's our call center number, or you can email us at miparks@mercerisland.gov. I'm told we also have a Let's Talk page on the Illuminate MI event as well. And finally, Council, ahead of next week, a reminder that the city will be observing Veterans Day on November 11th. We certainly invite all Mercer Islanders to join us in celebrating and honoring our veterans. And City Council, that concludes my report this evening.
Thank you, Jesse. We're now at the public appearances portion of our meeting. And tonight's meeting will not include in-person public appearances in accordance with the governor's proclamation and extended safe start order. However, individuals wishing to speak live during the appearances portion may do so by telephone or by using the Zoom teleconferencing application, provided, however, they have registered their desire to speak with the city clerk's office by 4 p.m. today. Our city clerk will call you by name or telephone number when it's your turn to speak. I believe we have about 10 people who have signed up to speak before the council. This will be the opportunity for anyone to speak on any item. All remarks will be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any individual council member or staff member. If any person makes personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or becomes boisterous, threatening, or personally abusive while addressing the council, I may request that that person leave the meeting. When it is your turn to speak before the council, be sure to speak audibly, state your name for the record. Your comments will be limited to 3 minutes, and I will be providing a 30-second and a 15-second warning when your time is about to expire. Just a reminder that later this evening, we will be conducting a public hearing regarding the extension of the docketing deadline. I'm sorry, my phone is ringing, so docketing deadline to submit proposals for comprehensive plan and code amendments. If your comment pertains to this issue, you might want to consider waiting until we get to that agenda item. City Clerk, please call the first person who signed up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have 10 people signed up to speak tonight under appearances. And the first individual is Peter Struck.
Welcome, Peter.
Just give him a minute for the IT to get him set up.
Okay.
Mr. Struck?
You have,
Hi, can you hear me?
there we go.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for that. Good evening. Peter Struck, Mercer Island. Tonight, the council will review AB 5766, an update on the proposed expansion of the thrift shop operation. Previously, I submitted a lengthy written comment and just want to highlight a few points tonight. Specifically, the staff memo requests your decision on whether to A, hold off on funding the project because design and analysis need more detail, or B, go ahead and fund the project in spite of insufficient analysis and incomplete design. To quote a former city employee, Gary Ferroglia, on lessons learned from the 1999 thrift shop expansion, he concluded, the city approached this project with the attitude that it was a good project to do, and that as a team working together, it could be accomplished. The attitude is commendable. However, in the future, a project must be reviewed as to whether it can be realistically accomplished within the established parameters. I believe what Gary was saying very diplomatically is that when a solution is preordained, sometimes the risks or concerns get swept away in the euphoria of the expected outcome. Thus, I would strongly urge additional study to answer a number of outstanding issues. Indeed, holding off for a better structured outcome of the project is not a bad thing. In fact, it's a smart thing to do. Now, in terms of a couple comments more specifically, first, on the financial analysis provided in Exhibit 2 of the staff memo, it's easy to conclude that the option B appears to be the most financially viable based on an ROI metric. However, from the information provided, one cannot reach that conclusion as there is no ROI provided for the status quo option. Indeed, using a metric, total net margin, the status quo option actually can be considered better. Also, the analysis needs to be made more robust with an enhanced risk assessment as the expansion proposes several unproven changes to the business model. Second, there are risks and issues to the community that haven't been addressed. These risks may very likely have costs that would burden the project and could challenge its feasibility. Better to know sooner than later. Third, as others have commented, the lack of a public engagement process like previous thrift shop expansions is a disservice to the community and many have consequences down the road and may have consequences down the road. Finally, I believe a reading of the Mercerdale Park Master Plan, the thrift shop conditional use permit, and the city parking code raises compliance issues about the project that really should be fully addressed before moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. City Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the second person on our list is Ms. Meg Lippert. We'll give her an opportunity to join us.
Did you call my name?
Yes,
We did.
Oh, okay, here we go. Let me get my video going here. Okay, I'm trying to start my video.
It's on.
Oh, it's on. Okay, great. Thank you for being so patient. Meg Lippert, Mercer Island. I have in 6 previous appearances shared information, offered recommendations, or expressed my concerns about your plans to use the recycling center for thrift shop receiving and storage, which have morphed from simply repurposing the recycling center to the infamous Plan B, construction of a new partner facility right beside it. This evening, however, instead of sharing information, offering recommendations, or expressing my concerns, I'm posing 5 questions I hope you will answer before you vote on the 2 options pertaining to Agenda Bill 5766 tonight. Question 1. Do you think that islanders, who for many decades have vigorously opposed every plan floated by council members to construct buildings in Mercerdale Park, have shown that they value Mercerdale Park as it currently is? Question 2. Why have you not explored options for thrift shop production that would preserve public parkland, such as moving thrift shop production to city-owned land, for example, behind City Hall? Or if it is a business decision, then is it not more cost-effective to simply rent a facility? Question 3. Do you not understand that those citizens who opposed previous attempts to develop and change Mercerdale Park are following in the footsteps of previous generations of citizens who protected the parkland for us? And if you do understand this, why are you not committed to join with them to protect Mercerdale Park for future generations? Question 4. Have you read and thoughtfully considered Peter Strzok's professional analysis and recommendations pertaining to AB 5766? And if so, will you please share your responses to Peter's financial analyses in your discussion tonight of the agenda bill, including his concerns about thrift shop compliance with regulations and his recommendations for next steps? Question 5. Finally, will you consider the myriad advantages of a Plan C suggested by your colleague, Councilmember Weicker, which is, quote, do nothing, end quote? Where is Agenda Bill 5766 and the council list of priorities? I hope that you will heed the insight of Margaret Mead, who said, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change your world. In fact, it's the only thing that ever has. Don't underestimate the power of citizens to protect what they love about our land. In the past, they have protected Pioneer Park, Mercer Island Public Library, Kite Hill, and most recently, Mercerdale Park. All of these were threatened by thoughtless and destructive, quote, improvement, end quote, plans that were initially conceived and were strongly supported by city council members who were out of touch with the citizens they represented. Are you in touch with Mercer Islanders? Finally, a recommendation to you and to all of those watching this evening. Please visit the Native Garden and imagine how it would be impacted by an adjacent building with traffic and commercial activities that negates the very essence of parkland. The Native Garden is a community asset frequented by residents and visitors. A commercial operation next to the Native Garden portends ruin and disruption of its value to residents and visitors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the third person on our list is Joel Wachs, W-A-C-H-S.
Joel, welcome. You're on mute.
Good evening, Mayor Wong, City Council members, and City Manager Bond. My name is Joel Wachs. I live at 7635 Southeast 29th Street. I speak to you on behalf of the board of the Mercer Island Historical Society. We ask that as you develop specific plans for the recycling center, that you include the Lightfoot House. We believe that moving the Lightfoot House to the recycle center is an important part of preserving a piece of Mercer Island's past, and that refashioning it into our community's museum will help all of us remember the changes that Mercer Island has experienced. We also believe that by supporting this repositioning and repurposing of the Lightfoot House, we would help enhance the economic vitality of our town center. On a more personal note, as someone who has worked with other Mercer Island residents and the city over the years to help create or maintain such island institutions as the farmers market and library, I understand the kinds of partnerships and hard work that must go into such an endeavor. The board of the Mercer Island Historical Society looks forward to working with you in the weeks, months, and potentially years to come on this exciting project. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. City Clerk?
The next person on our list is Susan Blake. Susan Blake? We can come back to her, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's do that.
May I suggest the next person then is Ray Austin? Mr. Ray Austin? Ray, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome, Ray.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor Wong and the entire City Council for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. And hello, everyone at home. Many of you know me, but many of you don't, and my name is Ray Austin. I am a lieutenant with the Mercer Island Fire Department, and I'm also president of the Firefighters Union. It is in that role that I speak to you tonight. There was significant discussion about the fire department and the matrix study at the October 6th meeting that you had, and I felt it was important that I address some of those issues. I was hired 20 years ago as part of a staffing change that eliminated the use of volunteer firefighters. There's been no major or even minor changes to that staffing model since. In the 20 years that it's been used, it's been scrutinized and reviewed numerous times. This is not the first City Council to be concerned about overtime and question the staffing model. And you, as every other council who has looked at this issue, has come to the same conclusion, that we are doing business in an effective and efficient way, even in the years that we run with high levels of overtime. It was surmised by some at the October 6th meeting that our current staffing model is not sustainable and that somehow it is on the edge of collapse. In the past 20 years, this staffing model has shown no signs of being broken. The Firefighters Union would not stand by and participate in a workplace that was unsafe for its members. That is not what we do. Long before things were on the edge of collapse, we would speak up loud and clear. Likewise, Chief Heitman would not run a fire department that was unsafe. He works very hard to make sure that we have a safe workplace, not one that is even showing signs of cracks around the edges. One of the most important things I do as union president is speak on behalf of all of our firefighters. In doing so, I want to be clear. We are not burnt out or concerned about our work-life balance feeling is out of adjustment. This is a small department and we all really want to be here. Those that do not have left and gone on to different careers and have different goals, and good for them. But more importantly, I wanted to make sure the public knows that we stand at the ready to help them in their time of need, big or small. Our job is difficult, but this is what we signed up for. We find doing our job is an honor and a privilege, and we train and work like lives depend on it, because they do. We love this community and we will continue to work hard and train hard to keep everyone safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next person on our list is Carol Heltzel, Heltzel. Hi, Carol. We just need you to unmute yourself.
Okay, there. I think that's, have I unmuted? Yeah, okay. I'm Carol Heltzel, a Mercer Island resident of over 40 years. And I have already emailed the council regarding the fire department issue. And I appreciate that several council members have responded to me. But again, I want to urge you not to outsource our fire department. The potential savings, if any, is not worth the price of losing local control. And note that our fire department on Mercer Island here provides many other community services besides fighting fires. The study that you have already contracted was very complimentary about the Mercer Island Fire Department cost and efficiency. So I do not see a reason to proceed with the additional cost of an RFP to consider outsourcing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol.
Mr. Mayor, the next person on our list is Dr. David Beatty.
It appeared to still be muted.
We can hear you, sir.
Can you? Thank you. My name is David Beatty. I'm a resident of Mercer Island for over 15 years and a retired surgeon. About 3.5 years ago, I had a bad fall down the back hill, landing on the road below and broke my hip. My wife called the 911 and very rapidly and expertly the ambulance arrived. I was taken care of very gently because it was extremely painful and taken to the hospital. They provided an excellent professional service. I wrote about this when I learned what was happening. I wrote to the Mercer Island counselors, told them of my experience, and requested more information and requested total transparency in the decision making. Unfortunately, I didn't get more information from the City Hall or the counselors. I did receive, and thank you very much, several letters from counselors, and I appreciated that. Today, I was notified by Ray, the president of the union, that there was this meeting tonight, and I requested from him if I could have a copy of more information. He sent me the fire services study, which I reviewed as quickly as I could this afternoon. And I could see that there were a lot of compliments, as Carol Helsel had said, with regards to the quality, the efficiency, and the effectiveness of the service currently. I also saw that there were 3 outside services that we could contract with to get replacement that had the potential to save what appears to be 3 to 5% of the fire and ambulance services in the city. Looking at it carefully, they recommended Bellevue. And so I presume if you go to an RFP, that's where you would start. My request would be that before you put anyone through the work of an RFP on both sides, writing it and reviewing it, that you first ask for a review from the Bellevue Fire and Emergency Services Department of an external audit that's been done in the last 5 years. I'm sure that's been done. I would also suggest that you contact the other 6 communities that they now contract with and ask for their review of the services provided. And finally, there are standards for emergency services that are well documented and which have been documented for Mercer Island in the report. Ask for the an audit of the emergency services that have been provided not only to the host, in this case, Bellevue, if that's the preference, but also on those that they have contracts with. How are those services being provided? I would suggest you get that kind of information before you put everyone through the effort of an RFP. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next person on our list is Robin Russell. Robin, are you with us? There she is.
Hi.
Hey,
Good. Thank you, Mayor Wong, Mercer Island City Council members, and City Manager Jesse Bond. I continue to be alarmed and dismayed with the city's plan to move forward to expand the historical recycle center and build a donation center for the thrift store on public parkland. I would first request the city finally place Mercerdale Park in some sort of protective vehicle, such as a trust, just as Pioneer Park was many decades ago. Our only in-city park must be protected and maintained as a park and only a park, as the residents have vocalized for years. Proposal AB 5766, I note many fatal flaws. Number one, with the defeat of Prop 1 and the pandemic, the city has stated numerous times that it is broke and has no money, yet $800,000 has suddenly been found. Please explain this to your voters. Why not place it in reserves, which would be a financially sound and responsible action? Number two, since I moved here 6 years ago, I have witnessed millions of dollars of wasted money expended by the city for numerous projects that never materialized, plus the thousands of hours of staff time and legal fees. Tully's project, Micah and Mercerdale JCC expansion are just a few of these projects that sucked up our city resources, time, and staff. Are you really prepared to build a $1 million building on parkland that doesn't have a guarantee ROI? Option B is, with all due respect, not an option. I challenge any of you if you would take on a business proposal that is estimated to have an ROI between 7% and 88%, especially in the middle of a pandemic. Number four, in your modeling, you have included volunteer staff increase as a way to contain costs. This is unrealistic. Most volunteers are older and at increased risk for catching the virus. And regular businesses are hurting for workers, so you will compete for volunteers and Number five, small thrift shops and big box donation stores are struggling for customers and navigating our new normal. Many have gone out of business or greatly reduced their business models. My recommendation is to put this project on hold for at least 1 to 2 years. Get the thrift store COVID-19 compliant, recruit volunteers and employees, improve the store layout and processes, and reopening will give the city much needed data to see if sales come even close to what is reasonable that would support a $1 million investment. If it does look promising to move forward, then please don't look to Mercerdale Park. There are plenty of other city-owned spaces that would be that would be just as good. Please don't set up our community for yet another $1 million mistake. You, as our leaders, should learn from these mistakes, not repeat them. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person on our list is Ira Appleman. Ira, are you there? There you go.
Ira, you're on mute.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
Am I there now? Yeah, it's the buttons sort of appear over time. Okay, so you can hear me, and I'm okay. Good, thanks. Ira Appleman, Mercer Island. I object to the attack on Mercerdale Park represented by Agenda Bill 5776, thrift shop expansion into the park. Mercerdale Park is not vacant free land. For 40 years, Islanders have defended Mercerdale Park from the City Council majority and their anti-park supporters. Those schemes first included a civic center plan, which failed miserably, but convinced anti-park forces that they must first get one building in the park, then they can claim the park has changed and overrun the park with other buildings. Thus, there have been a succession of building schemes which all failed: City Hall, the fire station, and a variety of community centers. This latest attack on Mercerdale Park looks very much like the last one. In that one, the City Council majority agreed to give parkland to YTN and then Micah. In July 2014, Micah tried to get a $2 million grant from the Washington Department of Commerce Building for the Arts program. I testified in Olympia against the grant, reviewing the 40-year history, and Micah got nothing. The chair of the program asked me if Islanders would defend the park again, and I responded I thought they would, and I was right. In line with the usual anti-park scheme, I know that some of you have been secretly working with former council member Jane Meyer-Braun to move an old building to Mercerdale Park to house the Historical Society. In 1997, Jane was editor of the Mercer Island Reporter and editorialized that it was a good idea to consider building the fire station in Mercerdale, though that scheme also went down in flames. There are alternative locations to build an input station for the thrift shop, such as behind City Hall, but you appear to be too set on vacant free land. If this thrift shop scheme gets all tangled up in a battle royal to save Mercerdale Park, don't blame me. The council members who vote to build in the park are to blame. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person on our list is Dr. John Harrington.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Jonathan Harrington, and I'd like to address the proposed full-time environmental sustainability manager position in the upcoming city budget. I would like to ask you to remember all the times you have told your constituents about how much you care about environmental sustainability. How about your friends and neighbors? I'd like you to remember all the K4C meetings that you may have attended, during which you may have expressed interest in sustainability. And remember all the symbolic city council votes supporting the need for action. And to recall all the grant money that may become available and was available for sustainability, money that will become available with the new Biden administration and the new term for the governor, for Governor Inslee. We did receive some grants shortly after, during the Great Recession as part of that stimulus. The tools are in place. The ideas have been developed. We've been talking about it for so many years, and much of the research has been done. Volunteers are standing by, ready to help. So what the city and community needs now is to find an individual who has the time and motivation to turn words into action. So I urge you to please fund the full-time sustainability manager position in the upcoming budget. And I wish all of you a very, 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 very happy election eve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. City Clerk, do you want to see if Susan Blake has joined us?
IT is informing that Ms. Blake is not with us.
Okay, all right. Are there any other people who have signed up to speak?
No, sir, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. There being no further appearances, we will now move on to the consent calendar. Consent calendar contains approval of accounts payable reports for the periods ending October 16 and October 23, claims reporting for electronic funds transfers for the month ending September 30, 2020, certification of payroll dated October 23, 2020, minutes of city council meetings on October 1, 6, and 13. Does anybody wish to pull off any item off the consent calendar? None. Does anybody move to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Jacobson and seconded by Councilmember Anderall to approve the consent calendar. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderall?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
and Mayor Wong.
Aye. Thank you. The motion passes and the consent calendar is approved. We now move to the first item of special business, Agenda Bill 5769, public hearing on extension of docketing deadline to submit proposals for comprehensive plan and code amendments. This public hearing is for the purpose of receiving comments on the public hearing on extension of docketing deadline to submit proposals for the comprehensive plan and code amendments. We are not considering the merits of any proposed comprehensive plan or code amendments. Simply holding a public hearing that is required within 60 days after we passed an emergency ordinance extending the filing deadline. Individuals wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item may do so by telephone or by using the Zoom teleconferencing application, provided, however, they have registered their desire to speak with the city clerk by 4 p.m. today. The city clerk will call you by name or by telephone number when it is your turn to speak. The public hearing is now open as of 7:21 p.m. Those wishing to provide public testimony, please speak audibly, state your name for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. A 30-second and 15-second warning will be provided when your time is about to expire. City clerk, has anybody signed up to speak during this public hearing?
No, sir, we don't have anyone signed up.
Excuse me. There being no further testimony, the public portion of this hearing is now closed as of 7:22 p.m. Council, are there any additional findings and conclusions for the passing ordinance? I don't see any, so we will move on. The second item of regular business is Agenda Bill 5770, updating the school impact fees. And for this discussion, we welcome Deputy Community Planning and Development Director Allison Van Gorp.
Thank you, everyone. Just give me a moment. I'm going to share my screen. I have a very brief PowerPoint. All right. I've just got 4 or 5 slides and then we'll have time for questions from the council. Okay, just to set the context, school impact fees have been imposed in Mercer Island since they were first adopted in 2015. The actual amount of the impact fee has changed a couple of times over the years, but to date we've collected over 826, there's a missing zero on my slide, I apologize, but 826,000 has been collected to date. Currently, the impact fees are set at $5,843 for each new single family unit and at $0 for each multifamily unit. These fees are updated annually based on the Mercer Island School District's 6-year capital facilities plan. I'll go over the current projections in a moment, but just to preview, the district is now projecting a declining enrollment for the next 6 years. And so there's not a need to make any capacity related capital improvements. So here's a graph showing the forecasts for enrollment from the school district's latest capital facilities plan. The yellow line is the district's projection there, and it's showing that they're projecting an 8% decline over the next 6 years, or about 200 fewer students. This has to do with a lot of factors, and Tyrell Bergstrom from the school district is on the line if you have more questions about this, about the enrollment projections and the capital facilities plan. But because there is this decline projected and there aren't any capacity related improvements needed, the district is not able to impose impact fees any longer. And for that reason, the city must now update our code since we collect these fees on behalf of the district. So we need to update our code to reduce the impact fee to $0 for the single family residential units. Ordinance number 20C-24 would make this code amendment to reduce the impact fee to $0. And we'll revisit this each year with the district. When they update their capital facilities plan, city staff will coordinate with district staff to see if any updates are needed in future years to, again, impose an impact fee. So So that's all I have for the presentation, and the council can go ahead and ask questions if you have any. And as I said, Tyrell Bergstrom from the district is also available if you do have questions about the capital facilities plan and the enrollment projections.
Yes, Councilmember Jacobson.
I'm curious, and this doesn't really pertain, I guess, to what we're going to do today, but why would there be a zero impact fee for multifamily and $5,000, between $5,000 and $6,000 for a single family dwelling? What was the thinking behind that?
That in the past year, based on the enrollment projections and the modeling of where students were coming from, and I think there was a reduction in terms of the number of students that were coming from town center. I don't know, Tyrell, if you have more you can say about that.
No, that's correct. Every year when we update the plan, we take a look at where students are living, the number of students that are moved into the net new development over the last several years, as well as the projects, the existing projects that have recently been constructed. Over the last couple of years, a lot of the projects in town center have aged out. Once they've been there for a while, about 5 or 6 years, they're not really new construction anymore. And that growth should be factored in. They're fully incorporated into the district. They're not really excess capacity or excess growth anymore. And so some of the projects have aged out, so we can't really count students in those projects, as well as the number of students within those housing projects wasn't really driving the enrollment anymore.
Is that true of Shorewood?
We haven't counted Shorewood in several years, in a long time. Shorewood has been around long enough that we haven't been counting it. If they were to decide to expand Shorewood and build new units, then eventually, if we were able to collect impact fees, we could count that as net new construction. And then any students that lived in those units, we would be able to impose, they would be incorporated into the calculation for the fee.
I guess I should have asked the question a little bit differently. I understand how it works. How many students does the district now have who live in Shorewood? Do you know that?
I do not know that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
I was just going to follow up on Jake's first question there. Can you give us an example of, Hadley just comes to mind, and what impact fees were paid by them over the years?
Over the multifamily, or just to for both multifamily?
If you give a rough estimate for a new multifamily construction, what does that look like?
Over the last several years, I've been with the district for 4 years. When I started, single family and multifamily were about $15,000 per unit, and it's declined steadily since the construction projects have aged out, as well as the number of students within the buildings that we've constructed, or the projects that we've added on in terms of capacity we no longer have the growing enrollment in those buildings. So we've gone from 15,000 down to about 8,000 and down to about 5,000 for single family. I believe we went from about similar trajectory, slightly steeper. I think the last multifamily fee we charged was about $3,000, and that was about 2 years ago. Last year we did not charge multifamily, simply because the students weren't there and the projects were old enough that they could no longer really be counted in the formulas.
Okay, and Allison, are single family homes under the same sort of schedule as multifamily homes in terms of aging out?
I think Tyrell would need to address that question in terms of how
Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
So for school district impact fees, it's a mandated formula that involves the number of housing permits for net new construction, then the number of students that live within those, and that generates a student factor. That student factor is then applied to the cost of recent construction, recent district construction, that accounts for expanded physical capacity for students to sit in. And as students move into those communities, once they've been there for several years, they're not really new, expanded, growing students. I mean, we've been able to make room for them within the system. They're fully incorporated in our enrollment projections, and as well as our physical capacity. And so as projects age to a certain point, those students that are within those multifamily homes or new housing projects, that net new construction, it doesn't really become new. It's more of an existing housing capacity on the island. And so
what I'm asking is there like is there a set number of years, or is there some other?
It's not a set number of years, but it's a fairly standard practice in other districts to use about 5 to 6 years for multifamily.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Terrell, this is Benson. I have a question. Maybe it's a timing question, but assuming the Shinwall property comes online, how does this work as far as the assessing of school impact fees?
Sorry, I missed part of your question.
I'm sorry, assuming the Shinwall property comes to fruition, the one that in town center, I'm just curious about the timing. At what time do you assess the school impact fee?
So we update the impact fees on an annual basis. If we were to start growing in terms of enrollment again, if our enrollment was growing, we would probably update our impact fees in June of next year. Based on our agreement with the city, we would be updating it in June of next year. So if our enrollment starts to increase, the earliest we could have impact fees to the city would be June. Unfortunately, with our enrollment coming under projection this year, we are below even what we had projected out of declining enrollment. It will be several years before I foresee us being able to impose impact fees. So the likelihood of us being able to assess impact fees on development, I would say is minimal. I don't know if we would be able to capture that in time.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese.
So in terms of the history of the impact fees for the school, the high point of the impact fees was related to the calculation that encompassed the Northwood and the middle school and the high school bond. Mm-hmm. And what I was surprised about was that the calculation of that fee, they got it up to 15 or 16,000 for the single family residential. I thought the nexus for the school development and the bonds was development in general, and then it was apportioned by multifamily and single family. But that bond had a lifespan, and I thought that the impact fee would have a life relative to that. But what it appears is from your testimony is that because you update your capital program every year, it was quickly absorbed and then gone when you did the update the next year. So the question I had for Allison maybe is why, when we have a park impact fee and we have a 6-year CIP, why is it the school district's updating annually, but we're yet to update our park impact fees even a single time?
Well, we are looking at updating those in the coming year.
I get that it's on our radar, our work plan, but we've gone a relatively long time with the same impact fee that the school district has gone and changed it, year over year over year.
Council member, it's been a work plan decision. I can't speak to anything from 2 years. I've only been here 2 years. If the council wants to review your impact fees and update them annually, you can. You just need to fund that.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to ask the question the way that it's being taken. It's more a question for the district. Has the district chosen to be extremely aggressive and recalculate every year? Or is it mandated that the school impact fees have to refresh this often, but yet the city can, for park, transportation, fire impact fees, have the luxury of doing it once every 6 years, for example?
Councilmember Neese, if I could just speak us to the impact fee that relates to the city. We are not under a requirement to update our impact fees annually. Our requirement is to update the impact fees when it's reasonably certain that they are out of sync, or the assumptions that were used in order to calculate them are outdated. Now, I believe it is, and Tyrell, correct me if I'm wrong, that the laws that apply to school impact fees are different than those of the city, and they are required to every year calculate their impact fees based on the 6-year capital plan.
That is correct.
Okay, and I asked that because every year we kind of bemoan this decrease of school impact fees, knowing that there's obviously an impact when you add a student, but it's relative to, like you said, the capital plans of the district and their need to add additional capacity on the capital side to absorb student growth. And again, we just have seen a decline. So while it's frustrating, it is what it is.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenbaum, your hand is up. I don't know if that's an old hand.
No, I just can't remember to put it down in there.
Okay, then Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I'm going to ask what I think Councilmember Neese might have been suggesting, that I'm not sure I understand the answer if he was. If the school district builds a new school and uses, to make up a number, a 10-year bond to do it, is the cost that you consider, is the full cost of that school considered in that 1 year? Or do you attribute part of that cost to all the years of the bond?
So I think we're conflating two separate funding streams. Bond construction, we advertise the cost of the bond or the life of the bond. When we look at impact fees and we calculate the amount of construction that goes into the calculation of the impact fees, it is for added square footage. So when we're looking at the expansions at the high school and the middle school, we didn't add the cost of the entirety of the construction, just the additional square footage per student. We did include the entirety of Northwood because it is an entirely new building, complete addition of square footage. So if we were to tear a building down and build a new building, that building would not necessarily qualify for impact fees should we start growing again, unless there was additional square footage per student. Does that answer?
You muted, council member.
Sorry, it's sort of, but not completely. What I'm trying to get at is in the construction of Northwood, for purposes of counting impact fee, did you only consider that cost in the year that the school was built? Or is some of that extra cost amortized over the next few years?
We only when we're looking at impact fees, we only look at the totality of the cost for the construction. We don't spread it out over several years. It's what we spent to build the building, I think is what you're trying to get.
Yeah, that's helpful, and that's interesting and surprising and seems a little inappropriate, but if that's what the rule says, that's what it says. And then a quick follow-up question that maybe goes to the city staff, which is, why is the city even involved in this? Why isn't the school district collecting the impact fees?
Because they're related to new development, and so we collect them at our permit counter as a part of our regular development fees and then pass them through to the school district.
Okay,
This
but
is a municipal.
cost neutral, right?
Yeah, this is a standard municipal function. Every city where there's a school impact fee is processing the impact fees on behalf of the district. And
So
I feel like we have this conversation every year. It's very hard.
I apologize, and not being on the council last year, I might have had it, but it just seems fairly easy and left pocket, right pocket for the city. It seems like if we were in a Issaquah or Sammamish or something where the school district boundaries didn't match up with the city boundaries, it must get a little bit more complicated, but maybe we don't need to worry about that here.
In the city of Sammamish, where I worked previously, there were 2 impact fees, one for the Lake Washington School District and one for the Issaquah School District, depending on the location of the new development.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions for either Allison or for Tyrell? If not, there are a few motions that are before the council that are being recommended by the staff. The first one is a motion to suspend City Council Rules of Procedure 6.3, requiring a second reading of an ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
So it's been moved by Councilmember Anderall and seconded by Deputy Mayor Weicker to suspend City Council Rules of Procedure 6.3. City Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson, Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Mayor Wong,
Aye.
and Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Great, the motion passes. We now move to the motion to adopt ordinance number 20C-24, amending the Mercer Island MICC code, city code, I'm sorry, chapter 19.17, and updating the school impact fees. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Weicker and seconded by Councilmember Neese to adopt ordinance number 20C-24. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Mayor Wong,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
and Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Okay. Sorry, the third item of special business is Agenda Bill 5774, Small Business Grant Award Authorization. And for that discussion, we are going to be led by EOC Small Business Liaison, Sarah Bolfus.
Good evening, Council. Let me share my screen very quickly. Okay, can I get a thumbs up? Terrific, thank you. So I am here tonight with the great pleasure of presenting the award recommendations from our COVID-19 relief grant program that was approved a couple weeks ago. I want to give a quick shout out to Council Members Reynolds and Jacobson for helping pull this program together, as well as review all of the applications last week. We're very excited to be able to award some money tonight. So just a quick overview of some application stats. The application period was open from October 21st to 29th, and although it was a quick turnaround, we had a really great turnout for applications. We received 107 applications total, 102 via the online app and 5 via the PDF app, and all business activities were represented. I included a quick chart here to show you the range of applications we received from all of our different business sectors. Within the other category, it included some businesses like general contractors, other construction services, some transportation services, as well as some other businesses that we have here on the island. One thing to note about this number, and maybe some of the other numbers included in your agenda packet, is that some businesses noted maybe multiple business sectors or chose other as a business sector, even though they were accounted for in one of the other business activities. So that is a number discrepancy that you might come across. So I wanted to provide the eligibility criteria really quickly again. This is also included in your agenda packet. After the application period closed last week, we as staff compared all of the applications that we received to this criteria, which was approved on October 20th. And from there, there were a total of 95 eligible applications. I think that there was a minor typo in your agenda packet. Mostly those ineligible businesses or applications were duplicate applications or kind of what I call spam or bot applications, which I think is something you sometimes run into when you have an online application. So we sorted those incomplete applications and ineligible applications out into our lottery selection process. So a quick overview and reminder about the selection process. We divided, we created 3 pool prioritizations. And we did this in lieu of a stricter eligibility criteria that was based on feedback from when we first presented the grant program to you all and wanted the consensus from council was to move away from a grant review committee and into a lottery selection process. So you can see here our Pool 1, Pool 2, and Pool 3 prioritizations. Most applicants that were eligible were Pool 1 applicants. That was a total of 63, and the rest were in Pool 2, total of 32. There were no Pool 3 applicants, so we clearly identified our pool priorities correctly. And I just want to note that Pool 1 priorities were really identified as some of those businesses, those business sectors that have been most hard hit during the pandemic. For example, more than 79% of our Pool 1 applicants recorded that they had closed partially or completely during the governor's stay home, stay healthy order. You may recall that was back in early March that we were required to shut down in different capacities. So we saw a lot of our town center businesses with storefronts in particular shutting down at that time. Additionally, 65% of the Pool 1 applicants recorded that they had at least a 41% decline in revenue. So it's a major impact to these businesses, and those were the ones that we were really hoping to support through a program like this. So again, more information about the lottery selection process. On Friday last week, council members Jacobson and Reynolds and I, along with Merrill Thomas-Schott from our EOC team, reviewed the sorted list to ensure their accuracy before we conducted the lottery selection process, which was a very swift lottery selection process. Thanks to Excel, we used a random number generator to select awardees according to this order that you see here. Now, it's important to note, given the number of eligible applicants and the available funds, the selection process ended with Pool 1. That was in large part because most of our applicants were sorted into Pool 1 and we have limited funding to give out. And here are the selection results. I know that these are very small and probably difficult to read, but the information is in your agenda packet. This represents 54 businesses that were randomly selected to receive $5,000 each, and the remaining 9 Pool 1 applicants are included as alternatives. So we sorted, we did a random selection process for all of them, and the top 54 cutoff are the ones that you see here. Just a quick update on the timeline. So tonight we're hoping that you'll approve these awards. Tomorrow, over the next couple of weeks, we'll announce the awards and begin contracting with recipients. That should give us about 2 weeks to submit our contract documentation to the DOC for reimbursement, and then we're anticipating that we'll be able to distribute the funds to recipients in December. And here are the recommended actions in your agenda bill tonight: to approve the COVID-19 Relief Grant Program recipients selected by a random lottery process, and then to authorize the city manager to enter into sub-agreements with each grant recipient for grant disbursement to businesses and financial reimbursement via the CARES relief funding. So I will stop sharing my screen now, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments that you might have.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. Thanks, Sarah. This is really cool. For the alternates, are they in place in case someone's unable to accept the money? Is that sort of the idea?
Correct. So there are 9 applicants who are technically on an alternate or waiting list. If there's still some additional review that we need to do that we couldn't get through over the weekend in terms of just verifying eligibility and finalizing everything, and then reaching out to businesses to do the contracting. In some cases, I don't necessarily expect this will happen, but we may not hear back from businesses. I know in other cities, businesses have gone out of business by the time that their grant programs got up and running. Again, I don't anticipate that with our list, but we do have those alternates in place already to keep it efficient.
Okay, maybe just a placeholder in the event that we are able to do another program like this. Maybe we can kind of give those 9 folks some priority. I mean, I'm hopeful we can, do something similar to this in the future. And I think obviously now you guys have built a great sort of, work through here. But if we could kind of give them a plus up for the future, I think that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
I'd like to commend both Sarah and Merrill for figuring out a program and getting this done on a real fast track. And I have, in the process of this, I've been very impressed with the acumen that they have brought to the project, as well as their insights in how to navigate through all of this. As a group, the council had appropriated or approved, I guess a better word for it, $270,000, which was the money that the city couldn't use, since the $360,000, $67,000 or whatever it was the original amount that was awarded to us under from the state. And we couldn't use any more. And the decision was made to, we thought, I think on balance, and certainly Craig and Merrill and Sarah can correct me if I'm wrong, but spreading, having as many recipients as was reasonable led to the $5,000 decision. And I think that there was some, I think all of us thought through that pretty carefully and decided that spreading it to a number of people rather than saying, okay, we have 66 people or 63 people, let's divide that into 270 and come up with $4,090.99 or whatever it turned out to be. We decided that 5,000 was the right amount and then stuck by that decision and enforced that criteria or applied that criteria. So none of those decisions were made lightly, and there was considerable discussion back and forth among us. So I think that our staff has done a superior job with this project, and I'm very delighted to support it wholeheartedly.
Thank you. Admiral.
Yeah, thanks. I was just going to echo what Jake said and compliment staff and the council members who were involved in the process. So good job to all of you. And let's vote on this and get these people their money.
Mr. Mayor, I do have an amendment to the first motion when you are ready for it.
Okay, this is on the approval of the 54. Why don't you kind of give us the amendment?
Since we have an alternate list, I just occurred to me that we need to put that into the motion to authorize us to actually do something with the alternate list, should we need to. Sarah, can you quickly remind me, is it 10 alternates we have on the list?
It's 9.
9, okay. So this would be my recommendation, and I'm kind of working on the fly here. The first motion would be approve the 54 selected recipients for the Mercer Island COVID-19 Relief for Small Businesses and Nonprofits Grant Program, and authorize the city manager to utilize the alternate list should any of the selected recipients not be able to meet the requirements of the grant program.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Neese and seconded by Councilmember Jacobson. City Clerk, please do the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Anderall.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye. The second motion is to authorize the city manager to enter into subsidy agreements with each grant recipient for grant disbursement and financial reimbursement via the Washington State CARES coronavirus relief funding. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
And moved by Councilmember Jacobson and seconded by Councilmember Neese to authorize the city manager to enter into these sub-recipient agreements. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Wong.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
And Councilmember Anderall.
Aye.
Great, motion passes. I just want to echo what a number of council members have already said. Special thanks to Sarah and Merrill. Also special thanks to Councilmember Reynolds and Jacobson for all the extra work. This is a shining example of how city government actually work in an expeditious and collaborative process. It certainly required fast-moving action by all those involved. So thank you very much. I think this is something that's great for small businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So, council, do you want to take a 10-minute break at this point? We have two major issues to discuss, and I think maybe a 10-minute break is in order. Okay, why don't we come back at 8:10, all right?
the far side or the caucus room.
At least you have heat.
At least you have heat, though. There's no heat where I am.
Really? If you guys want to join me, I think we got 6 feet in here. It's pretty warm if you close the door.
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
All right, let's cut the chatter. Okay, we're live. The fourth item of special business is Agenda Bill 5766, an update of the thrift shop facility study, financial model, and ROI. Welcome Public Works Director Jason Kittner and Senior Project Manager Gareth Reese to lead this discussion.
Good evening, Council. Kittner, your Public Works Director. I'm actually going to turn over the majority of the presentation tonight to my colleague, Gareth Reese, our Senior Project Manager. As you mentioned, we are here tonight to talk to you about the ROI conversation. We were last in front of the Council in September to talk about 2 different options for Council consideration regarding the thrift shop and recycle center facilities. And with that, I will actually turn it over to Gareth and he can start sharing his screen. And we will, I think we have about 14 or 15 slides to get through. We'll work through them fairly quickly and open up for questions at the end.
You're up. Jason, if you could confirm you can see that.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
All right. Council, thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. Gareth Reese, your Senior Project Manager. I have a couple of slides up here at the beginning. Just a general overview of what we're going to be going through tonight. How did we get here? The purpose and approach of the analysis, our analysis results, how we can use this information, and then we'll have discussion and questions along with recommendations for motion at the end. So how did we get here? The challenge early on that was identified by a group associated with a few council members is that we had an opportunity to remodel the thrift store while it was closed as a result of the COVID pandemic. That was brought before council in June with an authorization of funds of $50,000 for architectural services. We came back in September to present 2 options that were developed sort of as a progress update. And we are returning to you tonight with a little bit of a financial investigation into both of those options, as well as a return on investment. So again, just to remind everybody, we have the existing thrift shop on the left, existing recycling center on the right, and we have highlighted here the 3 different categories of square footages that are in the existing thrift shop, retail processing, and our back of house areas. There's no highlighting on the recycling center currently because it's not part of your thrift shop operations. Option A, again, these graphics are from the previous presentation, just to remind you. We have a substantial expansion of the retail space at the thrift shop location. And we are, for the most part, relocating processing over to an interior area created by the drip line, the roof footprint, if you will, at the recycling center, along with some additional back of house. Option B, again, we have substantial expansion of the retail space. This option was developed in cooperation with the consultant that we brought on board. There's substantially less removal of interior walls, although we are expanding the retail space. There is more back of house and processing retained at the thrift shop location. The biggest difference we have here is over at the donation center, which no longer encloses the recycling center. The recycling center would be refurbished in its existing configuration with a few interior spaces, but it adds a modular building here in the corner of the existing asphalt to provide for some additional processing space. So the purpose and approach of the work that we've done since the last meeting. Jason, do you want to do the operations going forward, do the quick summary there?
Sure. So it's, as we talked about in September, Council, we are a 2-building operation. Currently, because of the COVID situation, as Jesse referenced earlier this evening in the City Manager report, we need, and you saw the amount of donated goods and commodities that we received over the weekend, we have a processing challenge with the current site. So we need to implement a two-building operation to accommodate the new COVID requirements. So the work that was done for tonight included that interim operation, the two-building analysis in parallel with the financial analysis. And the goal was to determine whether or not the potential impact of either remodel option is relative to a reopening of the current facility. So we are in a two-building operation for the foreseeable future. It is, as Jesse referenced, the community center will likely come on board some point next year. So we have a limited window of opportunity to utilize the community center while we sort things out with our processing space currently.
So moving on from there, kind of developing the methods and the model that we did here. There was some very critical work supporting the June agenda bill for the expansion of the thrift shop, performed by a few resident experts, Steve Frazier and Dave Vandenbosch, prior to that council meeting. Dave Vandenbosch, I'm sure he's listening tonight, has specific experience in thrift operations, efficiencies, and markets. He's been a huge help to advising our managers in the thrift store, sort of as we ask them for advice that's a little bit out of their comfort zones because they're familiar with the current operations of the thrift store, right? The other resident that we have helping us is Steve Frazier. Steve has a broad resume of retail development, and I believe he's joining us tonight. If council has any questions, Steve, do you want to say a few words of introduction?
Hi, this is Steve Frazier. Just to introduce myself, first I wanted to thank members of the city staff and the management of Thrift Shop for giving me a chance to participate in this exercise. I have about 30 years of retail experience, all in as a consultant, as a physical retailer, and online as well. And when I heard about this idea, I actually thought it was kind of exciting as a way to help raise more money for the goals of the thrift shop and health, youth, and family service. The idea of relocating donation traffic away from the parking lot seemed attractive to me, and make better use of the space, the existing space where the recycling center is, all made sense. So I was happy to join in. And the one place where I've tried to add value is because I've built lots and lots of retail businesses, and potentially have useful experience on helping think through the financial model, and particularly keep track of what is the investment, what does that do to your cost base, how do you separate the new costs you entail as you expand a retail operation. You have some increased fixed costs, but also as your revenue increases after a remodel like this, how do you keep track of which costs will increase and which costs won't, and separate all that into fixed and variable cost increases. And so that was really the model that I helped put together in June, and is kind of remains as sort of the foundation of what the project managers have continued with. So I've been happy to participate that. And the other thing that I just feel fortunate when you're putting together a model like this and trying to think about uncertainty, the one thing I will say is it's been impressive to me to see what the staff has done with the space they have available. There's a strong market here, a strong donation flow, lots to be desired about the physical layout from a retail point of view of the existing store and certainly the processing center. But it gives me some confidence when I look at the record of growth that the team has already accomplished, that we're starting off from a really good foundation. And I'll stick around for any questions later. Thank you.
So you can tell we are supported by strong shoulders here with our residents. We could not appreciate their contribution more as we were working on this. An important thing to remember about that early June model that we saw for revenues for the store going forward is that it scaled volume for the store to project revenue and margin. It was basically just very roughly the store that we have, let's make everything bigger, let's take into account all the associated costs, and let's see how much money we take in and how much money we keep out of that in our total operating margin. In order to apply that projection to the remodel options, many of the assumptions that were made in that model needed to be turned into inputs. And then those inputs either needed to be calculated so that they flex with the different options that we plugged in, or they need to be selected. So a little bit of the purpose and approach that went into developing this. You can see here option A and option B production. These are some sketches that were put together in cooperation between our consultant and our current staff to see what production would look like inside each one of these spaces. So again, the orange and yellow outlines you see are what you saw on the earlier graphics. The blue there is showing the common entities between the two plans, right? So we have some rectangles representing a box truck to move supplies back and forth between the processing center and the thrift shop. We have the large and small dumpster that are currently in the thrift shop parking lot over to this center, where they're actually more associated with these operations that we will be moving over here. And you can see that blue outline there is common between the two. That's the existing recycling center. So I've split up the types of inputs that go into this model into three categories here. We have subjective inputs that are very judgment-based, right? We have retail productivity associated with each of the floor layouts. We have revenue per unit that is a function of how much unit volume we produce and how much money we make from that unit. That would be per transaction, right? We have opinions about what the correct production to retail square footage ratio is, right? So we don't have a hard number where we can solve for the correct ratio of what our retail square footage is versus our processing square footage. It comes from many of the players who were involved in this giving their best guesses on that, right? We also have data-driven inputs, which can either be derived from information we have or extrapolated a little bit out into the future, right? And that includes donation availability, right? We know how many donations have been dropped out for the past few years. We know what our overflow is and what bulk sales are composed of. We can calculate our revenue index per each product category. So that's how well each different retail category performs for the amount of square footage it's allotted in the existing store. We know what the physical area is of the current store and what the physical area is of the two proposed options. So those are hard limits that we can put into the model. And we also have choice-driven inputs, which are really a result of the city and council's direction going forward, right? We get to make choices about what store staffing is going to be going forward. We, in large part, are responsible for the volunteer contribution because there's a volunteer drive associated with that. We recruit volunteers, right? Bulk sales is the pass-through of unsold items to other organizations. The amount of bulk sales that we do is tied in with that next choice-driven input there, which is donation volume, right? We can have stronger donation drives, which would be associated with a more robust facility for collecting those donations, right? That can be driven by choices that the city makes. So once we built that model, we have to exercise it with groups of scenarios. So we have 3 different options going forward. We have the status, excuse me, go back. There we go. So sneak preview of the results there. We have 3 different options that we need to look into. We need to look into how the current store performs under these controls. We need to look at option A and option B, right? The groups that I subjected all 3 of these conditions to are listed here, and they're listed kind of in order of conservatism to an aggressive approach, right? And that's a combination of both market conditions and the amount of energy and funds that the city would put in to kind of spur this effort along. So group 1, we are retaining current 2019 staffing. We're not expecting any change in volunteering, and we're not expecting any kind of floor optimization or performance change in that revenue per square foot. We move all the way up to group 4, where we have an aggressive staff rollout. With the new facility, we put energy into making sure that it's utilized to its maximum right off the bat, right? We have a strong volunteer drive, and we boost our volunteer contribution in terms of hours by 20%. and we're very aggressive in our donor drive and in our optimization of the retail floor. A summary of all these groups for each of the 3 options for the physical environment is presented in your Exhibit 2 of your agenda bill. And it's expressed in terms of revenue versus 2019, because that is the way council has been discussing this project up to now, right? We've been talking about what our opportunities are to expand revenue versus our 2019 operations. Groups from this table where we compared the output from all of these different scenarios in the model, with the most useful results from the revenue comparison, were moved forward to the return on investment calculation. So if we didn't end up making significant revenue over 2019, it didn't make much sense to move that group forward for investigation. So in the analysis results, the return on investment, so far we have been speaking of yearly revenue, like I mentioned on the previous slide, and the potential to increase that yearly revenue by expanding retail space. In order to determine whether any of these options is worth the investment, the total cost of the operation has to be considered. And so in our return on investment calculation, really what we're using as our return is the difference in total operating margin between the status quo and either option A or option B, if that makes sense. Fortunately, we're building on Steve Fraser's work, so I had a pretty good model for calculating total operating margin for specifically this thrift store. The investment that we have in this calculation is the total cost of construction for either option A or option B. And the timeline that we're using here is a little bit different than a normal capital project. Normally, we would expect to return our investment over a 12 to 15-year life of a building or facility. In this case, the projection that we're comfortable making is only 3 years of production out, so a total of 4 years, 1 construction and 3 of revenue. And so I've expressed that return on investment as a % recovery during that projected period. I think that's a more useful number for council to consider. So in summary, we were not able to find any situations under which option A realized a revenue increase over 2019 levels. That is to say, if we made the initial investment in option A, it would not contribute to paying off that initial investment, right? We wouldn't see an increase in total operating margin that would accrue to making up for the investment. Depending on the scenario of assumptions, so again, that group 1, 2, 3, or 4, or any group of assumptions that would fall in between them in terms of conservatism, option B could see a significant range of return, anywhere from not returning on the investment under very conservative assumptions and constrained choice-driven inputs, right? So if we had a bad market and we chose not to promote the store or press from the city side to make it successful, we could remodel with option B and not see a return similar to option A. We also could see recovering approximately 10% of the investment during the projection period under very conservative assumptions and moderate choice-driven inputs. So even when we start to push the store a little bit, and when we back off from kind of our worst case scenario, we do start to see that recovery, and we start to see it over a period. Again, when you project out our projection period to that 12 to 15 year, it makes sense in a normal time scale for a project like this. The most interesting result of this is that during that projection period through 2024, under, again, moderate assumptions and more moderate choice-driven inputs, we can recover, we believe, 90% of this investment during that time period through 2024, which is remarkable, to be honest. I didn't expect that when I started this work. So the conclusion here is really, in cases where market conditions are favorable and significant contributions are made to advertising, staffing, volunteer drives, and donor drives, when we go to that most optimistic level, option B does have the potential to increase revenue by 50% over 2019 levels. And I didn't present this one in terms of total operating margin and return on investment because we're pushing pretty hard on all these assumptions, and those numbers are going to become less accurate as we get towards kind of the fringes of the analysis, right? Realistically, the conclusion of the analysis is that the return on investment indicates that if a remodel is to be considered as an investment, of the options presented here, option B is the clear starting point. Jason, I think, do you want to go into where this takes us from here?
Sure, thanks, Gareth. So as Gareth just mentioned, this analysis is challenging. There's a lot of different variables that are under consideration at one time. This is a model, they're estimates, but they're developed to give council some general feedback and helping the decision-making process. The staff didn't prepare this model to support a preferred option. We went at this open-minded and really let the model move us in a direction. And what we got out of it is the staff recommendation to pursue additional design and drawings for option B, as that is based off the ROI analysis. That's where staff feels the clear starting point is. Again, there are opportunities to tinker with this. We have some opportunities to tweak some of the variables, tweak some of the inputs, and if council wants us to do that, we are happy to do that. But based off the variables that were plugged into the model, option B is the direction in which we suggest heading as we move forward. So with that, Gareth, go ahead and go to the final slide, if you would, please. So we have two recommendations for the council tonight. Option A is to do some more tinkering, right? Direct the city manager for staff to perform some additional design or analysis and return back to council. Or option B is to appropriate $773,045 from the 2019-2020 CIP for option B of the thrift shop and recycling center, and direct the city manager to add that project to the 21-22 CIP construction calendar. I will tell you, in terms of logistically completing a design will likely take the rest of this year. Recognize that the price point, as we talked about in September, is higher than we originally anticipated. There are some things we're working with OAI, our design architect, on trying to modify that bid package to include some base bid items and some alternate bid items to try and bring that cost down and give council some different opportunities and options to pursue in the future. With that, this concludes staff's recommendation, and we have staff and our Steve Frazier, as you saw before, is here to help answer any questions you may have. And Gareth, if you would, go ahead and stop sharing your screen.
I can certainly do that. The only other thing I'll add before we go to questions is if Jason needs any fashion tips, I don't think anybody else is wearing a sport coat they bought at the thrift shop tonight. So.
Benson, you're on mute.
Mayor Wong, you're muted if you're.
Oh, thank you, boy. Sorry, I'm muted. Okay, Deputy Mayor Weicker.
All right, thank you for all that great work, Gareth and Jason, totally appreciate it. What about moving this modular building or portable or whatever it might be to another location? What about the community center? What about City Hall? Like, tell me what that might look like.
So I'll take the first crack at this, Gareth, and then you can chime in. So as far as City Hall goes, I would not recommend City Hall. City Hall is used for our City Hall functions as well as the court. On court days, that parking lot gets completely packed, as we all know. As far as putting it up behind City Hall at the Public Works building and facility, I would strongly advise against that. We have very limited space as it is for our water, sewer, storm, right-of-way and parks meetings and engineering teams in that facility. Contractors are also coming in and out, as well as Recology to help service our community. And so it's a very small area, a lot of space there to accommodate this additional processing at the City Hall site. As far as the community center goes, we have not evaluated that. I think that would, if the council wants us to evaluate that, we should take that in consideration in terms of what that would look like as we talk about reopening the community center. I think space is, as we all know, space is a valuable commodity on Mercer Island, and there's not a lot of it. So I think we'd have to do additional further analysis. We'd also have to look at the code to make sure that it's compliant there as well. But we have not looked at it specifically, but we could if the council wants us to.
As far as how that change would affect the model that's been built, we include the fact that we're moving to a 2-building operation in the calculations, right? And we include the square footage of the facility that we're adding. There's nothing related specifically to the distance between the two currently. There's some slight inefficiency with moving it further away. Obviously, we're very close to the thrift shop where the recycling center is there. The only real change that I think would be pushed by moving that modular building somewhere else, other than the myriad challenges that Jason brings up with finding that facility on existing city land, is the modular building might get slightly larger to incorporate some of the uses that we're getting from the existing recycling center. The bathrooms, a little bit of storage in there. You know, the size of the building might go up a little bit.
I'll to just, if I don't wear the parks hat, I'm going to get in trouble from my staff as well. So the community center also has its own challenges, right? It's at capacity in the parking lot for when it's online and operational. We have some preschool and daycare stuff there. I mean, there's a park next to it. So it comes with its own set of very challenging circumstances as well. So.
Okay. Councilmember Androl.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for all of this good work. This is a lot of analysis, and I really appreciate it. I'm trying to understand the difference, why option A didn't have, option A, the open thrift store, didn't have a modular building at the recycling center. And I'm heard some community expression tonight about concerns about further expansion in Mercerdale Park. I don't know if a modular building on an existing asphalt slab is further extension into the park, but I like option B. I think it's good and creative, and I love the returns if we can get close to it. But I'm really sensitive to, you know, the concerns we heard during the appearances. And I was just hoping maybe one or both of you could talk a little bit about that, talk about the possibility of not having a modular building. Wendy's already asked about having it someplace else.
Yeah, so I can jump back to your initial question, which is why doesn't option A have a modular building, right? That comes a little bit out of the discussion process we had with our consultant once they were brought on, right? We had a few goals that came out of that June meeting and the sort of early concept that was drafted to get the project kicked off. And those were to relocate processing to the recycling center, to expand the retail square footage. And we had a rough number for what the budget / scope of work was, right? And so what our consultant did was looked at that with fresh eyes and said, if you're going to spend the amount of money that it would take to pursue this proposal, we think you would get better utility out of spending the money on a modular building versus removing walls to open up your thrift shop, just to have an uninterrupted retail square footage. And so using, again, those two project goals and a rough approximation of the same, in terms of a fiscal expenditure, the same scope of work, they came up with the modular building to sort of better serve the use. And, you know, following that second meeting, we saw that borne out in the analysis. Jason, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, so it purely comes down to get what Gareth said, and I was trying to stay true to what the original intent was with the design here. And so option A was to open up the retail floor space and then move processing to the recycle center. As we learned, and as we talked about with the council in September, the recycle center is constructed with pre-manufactured tilt-up concrete panels, which are very difficult to, I mean, you can remove them, but it's, you know, cost prohibitive to do that, to open up that space for processing. And so it was, you know, really all intent and purposes to try and stay true to what the early discussion was with option A. And then as Gareth mentioned, our consultant realized that there was a different alternative for us to consider that may stretch our dollars a little bit better to accommodate additional processing space for the facility.
Okay, so thanks. So option B isn't possible without the modular building, or I'm just having a hard time. I'm having a hard time processing the processing center.
So the challenge with the recycle center is in order to use that space adequately, you would have to enlarge it or blow out some walls, take down some walls, make it more open concept at the recycle center for processing. It is cost prohibitive to do that. And so the modular building was an extension, a new way of looking at creating that additional processing space for at the facility. So without removing those pre-manufactured concrete tilt-up panels. It's using your dollars differently than putting in structural reinforcement and reconfiguring that building within the existing footprint of the recycle center.
Jason, can I just follow up on that? If the question is just yes or no, can the recycling center be remodeled and the walls moved? The answer is yes. It comes at a pretty considerable cost and makes that option really not ideal, which is where the modular building came in. And then can you remind me the square footage difference between a modular building and the recycling center?
I have to go
So
back.
we're gaining roughly something like 34 by 38 on that modular building, which isn't part of the total square footage of the donation and thrift shop combined. That area is not included in option A because we're not expanding beyond the footprint of the recycling center, right? And really the cost benefit is in the fact that if we significantly modify the recycling center to allow it to be an uninterrupted space under the roof perimeter, we're modifying both the walls in order to move the walls to the exterior, and we would need to modify the roof structure, right? Well, that's the entire recycling center. So in the interests of preserving the recycling center and better utilizing the facility that was there with a little bit of refurbishment, we added the modular building next to it.
And just so everybody understands, with the modular building in place, the intent is the recycling center is still also used. It's used largely in the way it currently is. So you've got indoor, outdoor space and restrooms that are still in operation. So you're taking advantage now of both structures.
I think it's important to know, and I think the picture that Jesse showed in the CM report shows some pretty large carts, very large, heavy loaded carts. That's what's being moved in and out of this facility. So, open spaces are good for that type of movements. Tight, confined hallways or weird walls or structures make it really, really problematic to move those commodities to and from and in and out of the different buildings.
I have other questions, but I will wait until it comes around again.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, a couple of things. One, well, first off, to Gareth and our community members who put the model together, outstanding work. This is the sort of work I do in my day job, not in retail, but sort of the analysis of investment potential, and they did a really good job. But what have you done to look at sources of business? Like what percentage of sales come from people who were there to drop stuff off? And if they're dropping stuff off at a different location, either across the park or across town, do we envision some attenuation of that sales potential because it's another stop?
Yeah, I can tell you it's not something that was part of this work. I think there's going to be a renewed interest kind of in general thrift shop operations, and we'd be happy to forward on, collect that information from staff and get it back to any and all council members who are interested. But it certainly wasn't, that wasn't a factor that I considered during this work.
Okay, and the second question is just thinking about parking and traffic impact. How many trucks a day or trips a day by vehicles would you anticipate requiring moving between these two facilities once it's fully up and running?
So We haven't had discussions related to that because we don't, it's going to depend on the size of the truck that is acquired and how much space we have to park it there. But my rough guess would be once a day, we have a trip back and forth from the processing center to the thrift shop to drop off a day's worth of items to floor and to pick up everything that wasn't sold to be moved back to be reprocessed and moved along.
And the current trucks that you have now that pick up to take things to, I guess it's Goodwill for the rejected items, those would be showing up at the recycle center, not at the main thrift store. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, those would pull into and collect from the recycle center.
Okay, that's all the questions for now. Thank you.
And I just want to go back to Councilmember Reynolds' question about who the shoppers are and how often the people that are donating are also shopping. And we do have some data on that. It's probably not perfect data, but to be honest with you, anecdotally, we have both happening. All scenarios, people that were just dropping off donations, cleaning out their house, they drop off the donation and they head on their way. Some stop and do both, donate and shop. And then we have a pretty strong following of shoppers who come to the Mercer Island thrift shop because our inventory is good and it turns over frequently. And we've had, as we've reopened for just one day only, we're hoping to ramp that up soon. We've seen lines out the door since we reopened on Sundays.
The other point I'll make to Councilman Reynolds is on the turnover, we're doing this 2 building operation now. So we have this little pilot project right now to determine what that sweet spot is for how often we go up there. But Gareth is probably once per day is probably realistic. It may go up, it may go down based off the seasonality of what's being turned over, but I think we'll have this good opportunity in the next, 3 to 6 months to find that sweet spot at the 2 building operation.
Great. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. Gareth, you and I had a chance to chat this afternoon. One of the questions I had for you was, we've heard a lot from the neighbors, about traffic, and I was kind of hoping you could just, for the record, kind of talk to the whole council what you told me, sort of about what you sort of sees the benefits as it comes to traffic. In the neighborhood.
Of course, we haven't had an opportunity to reach out to the neighbors to the south of the park area there yet, but we have been considering them as part of what this new operation looks like, right? So when you are in the neighborhood to the south and you kind of look into Mercerdale Park, currently what you see is the parking lot for the thrift shop. You might see 1 or 2 people backed up waiting to make donations, and you might see a car or 2 trying to get into the thrift shop parking lot and not able to because somebody is stopped making their donations, right? You'd also see the large dumpsters that are part of the processing operation at the thrift shop currently. And about once a week, you'd see a larger truck show up from Goodwill to pick up the bulk items to be sold along. And really the benefit we see to the neighbors to the south is all those undesirable components of the thrift shop operations are relocated to a more appropriate place for kind of the general planning of town center in that bottom left corner of the farmers building and the farmers market where the recycling center is now. So you would see into the park more effectively. You'd see a parking lot that was being used as a parking lot instead of a line, right? And we're looking forward to communicating that with the neighbors to the south there, because I understand that there's a history of a lot of concern about expansion of the thrift shop. In this case, all of the proposals really are to relocate operations of the thrift shop elsewhere. So it may not be a reduction in the perimeter of the thrift shop, but it's certainly a reduction in the activity at that site.
I just ask that, if we do move forward on this tonight, we do make a special effort to reach out to those neighbors.
We have some additional hands raised, but I'm going to take a turn here. Gareth, I think you may have said it, and I want to make sure it's clear. But 2-part question regarding the site, the recycling center site. So if the module is constructed, is there any and all the other improvements are made, is there any encroachment on existing parkland, the native gardens?
So the current area that we considered as available for this project is the paved area at the recycling center. So currently when you look at the recycling center, or if any residents are driving past, you see the existing building. You might see a trailer that's being stored there that's part of YFS operations for their Christmas tree sales. And then there's almost a square apron of asphalt paved area. And the modular building was proportioned so as to lie within that existing paved space. So there's some interpretation on what does it really mean to encroach, right? There would be more buildings there, there'd be more traffic to that pullout from the corner, but there's no proposed expansion of an impervious surface into the park currently in any of the options we're looking at.
Okay. And then this might be a question for Jeff Thomas if he's on the phone or in the meeting. Is the construction of the module, is that a permitted use? Has it been grandfathered in, or Jesse, you're shaking your head yes, I guess?
It's a permitted use within the public institution. It would be like any other construction project we would entertain and something that's zoned in a public institution. I want to remind the council, we haven't designed beyond 30% yet. So if the council approves this as a capital project, one of our next steps involves permitting, permit review and eventually permitting.
Okay.
We did, I should have answered that more directly, Mayor Wong. Before we put these proposals in front of you, we did a preliminary permit review to make sure that they were permissible in the public institution.
And they were?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Yeah, I just want to get back to the cost estimate again. How confident are you guys in that math? Are there any more surprises coming? Are there any more unexpected issues that might come up?
Let me jump in here. Jason can cover the technical details. I want to zoom out a bit. With capital projects, there's always surprises. I've never done a capital project where there wasn't surprises. So council, let's go in, if this is approved, with eyes wide open, that there will be things we discover along the way. Our next step will be to work to 60% design and then eventually 90% design. Right now, your cost estimate includes a pretty healthy design contingency. That's a normal process at this stage of the game. It's how we cover our backsides as we're putting more details on paper. So you'll see additional refinement as the design progresses. What Jason was talking about earlier, because he and I discussed this, is the earlier estimate was that we're going to need more than the $700,000 to construct this. So we have some options. When we do the design, we've already mentioned to the architect, we'd like to put in what's called bid alternates. So we basically take our preferred concept and we peel out some things that may not be mission critical, but are wish list items, if you will. We bid it that way so that if the council were to decide if the budget estimate ends up higher than what we've budgeted, we have some options to bring it within budget. So that's all work that we will do once this becomes a capital project. These are normal things we do as part of capital project planning. So is it possible that we'll need more than what we've asked for this evening? Yes, it is. I want to be fully transparent. I don't have a refined cost estimate to say with certainty this is our engineer's estimate. That's what we'd be working to as a next step.
It's important to remember, though, in those engineers' estimates that were brought before council in September, there wasn't just a blanket contingency that they threw under the construction. They actually assessed each of the two options separately and evaluated what they thought was an appropriate contingency for the risks for each project. So they have a long history in these type of projects with municipalities. And, I don't know that I could have more confidence in the work that they did.
And the other to Deputy Mayor Weicker is there's only a 30% design cost. So as the project further gets designed, those costs will be refined. I believe we talked about this briefly in September about possible contract agreements, KCDA, other options like that may be options for us to pursue and see if they're a better cost option for us moving forward. So that would take place as part of this additional design work to see if there's an agreement that we're already partner to that could possibly provide better funding sources. And if nothing else, then the number gets refined as it goes further in design, and we come back with an updated engineer estimate.
Right. So I just want to close this comment by saying I'm thinking about the cost to do the project. I'm thinking about the cost of relying on staff versus volunteers. I'm thinking the cost of 2 different buildings, wherever we might put the second one, and the transportation in between, and the staff to do that as well. So there are a lot of costs here that just get baked in at the start and then stay there for operations forever. And wherever that building goes, it's going to stay there for a long, long time. And I'm thinking about the opportunity cost for what else might go in that location.
You know, one of the things that's interesting right now about this community center donations event is typically it took 1 day of donations at the thrift shop to support 1 day of sales. And over the weekend, and granted, it was day 1, we had a pent-up demand, we took in a lot of goods, more than we can sell in a day or we would sell in a day. So it's going to be interesting to think about how volume shifts with a 2-building operation, and whether or not we can actually scale back the number of donation days we have, because we can bring in a higher volume. So these are all things to learn. And I'll just say this, don't, we all remember the thrift shop operation that was before the pandemic. A lot of the things we're talking about this evening, and even through the model that we built, allow us to optimize as we go a 2-building operation. What actually goes to the sales floor, we have a nice model built now. We have a whole different approach to volume. Anyway, I just wanted to mention that.
And I'll just add a thing or two about recycling, and it takes a lot of work to figure out what's marketable and what's actually not, that ends up going somewhere else, right? So that's a whole nother piece of that work.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, so, option A, not the option A on the construction, but option A on the agenda bill, so this is a little confusing, it's just a kind of a kick the can down the road, do some additional design or analysis, and is there anything that is contemplated in terms of what that design or analysis would be? Or is that to be informed by discussion tonight if council votes additional design or analysis?
So what I apologize for the confusion using option A and option B. We probably should have used number 1 and number 2. Councilmember Andel, I included that motion in the agenda bill tonight, just with the acknowledgement that we're bringing for the first time to the full council the ROI analysis. I certainly wanted to leave the door open should you require additional assessment. You've talked about some things tonight, like looking at another site. I didn't want to presume we're ready for the motion this evening. I do recommend, however, if the council supports this capital project, we move on it before the end of the year so that we can commence design, or resume design, I should say more accurately, and then be out to bid in the first quarter of next year. There is a sweet spot for bidding that I'm keeping my eye on. So that's why that's there, an option should you need it.
Okay, so follow-up question then, option B, to appropriate the $750,000. Does that mean that the modular building is cooked and baked in that location or at that size? Or is there, how much opportunity will there be for what we are hearing the citizens want, which is meaningful community input?
Sure. If you're approving option B tonight, you are confirming this is a capital project. You are confirming the general scope that's been presented tonight, which includes a modular building at the recycling center and some modest improvements at the thrift shop. And if I didn't already say this, you're confirming the location. If the council desires for us to look at a different location, a different opportunity, then you would choose the first motion tonight and direct us to consider an alternative.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson.
I've been one of the people who's been involved in some aspects of this process, and as somebody who's spent all of his life in the construction, not all my life, but a good portion of my adult life in either directly in construction or indirectly in construction. I think there are a couple of things that we should clear up. Number one is we are talking about a 30% design. And there are a number of kinds of things that take place between 30 and 60. Among them is the designer is looking for ways to more efficiently or more cost effectively come up with the building solution that the owner wants. And I'm quite familiar with a number of things that could be done, which would in all likelihood result in a less cost on the recycling center than is there. But be that as it may, as Jesse mentioned, there are alternates to do. There's also another thing that many enlightened owners do, and they put something called value engineering into the contracts. And so they have an incentive, generally speaking, it's a split savings clause, that the contractor can suggest things, better ways of doing things, and more cost-effective ways of doing things. For example, it might be cheaper and quicker and less costly to build to simply build a building on that southern portion of the asphalt out there. Don't know that now because the design hasn't been completed. We have a 30% design. I've gotten quite a bit of input or feedback, I guess I should say, from people who profess to be neighbors in that neighborhood south of Mercerdale Park. And it is, I think, slightly, actually a little more than slightly, in favor of doing whatever can be done to keep the trucks and the donations out of the recycle center. I know there's an organized effort to try to generate people raising hell about that, but the input I've gotten has been quite a bit different on that count. That said, we should definitely reach out to the neighborhood and get its input and everything else. All that said, Mr. Mayor, I'd move that we appropriate $773,045 from the 2019-20 CIP for option B of the thrift shop and recycling center remodel project, and direct the city manager to add the project to the 21-22 CIP for construction.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to appropriate $773,045 from the 2019-2020 CIP for option B of the thrift shop and recycling center remodel project, and to direct the city manager to add the project to the 2021-2022 CIP for construction. I know that we had some hands raised before you made that motion, Councilmember Jacobson. So I would like them to have a chance to ask their question. Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. A couple of quick things. One, a question for Gareth. I just want to make sure I understood correctly. When you said there'd be no increase in impervious surface, you're saying that both the buildings and the driveway vehicle turnaround would fit on the current paved surface, or that only the buildings would fit on the current paved surface?
Well, that is a good question. I may have misspoke then. I was certainly only talking about the building perimeters. I would need to look into that again to verify that. There may be some additional paving to create the turnout and turnaround and new driveway. You're absolutely right. It's possible.
Okay, thank you. And question for the city manager. You made a statement that reminded me of something I'd noted earlier in reading the agenda packet of it takes a day of donations to create a day of sales. So if we're creating a design that is to be worthwhile, is assuming we'll get 20 to 30% more sales than we are now. How are we going to ramp up the extra donations? Islanders are not going to have any more garages to clean out than they do now. Are we going to be sourcing donations from off island? Or are we going to be keeping to sell a higher portion of the donations rather than giving them off to Goodwill? Where's it going to come from in our business plan?
Actually, your latter comment was really the place that I would go. We have not had the capacity to sell everything that we've taken in historically, and we've had to ship it off. So one of the goals here is to make sure the saleable items of the highest value still continue to go to the thrift shop. Perhaps we have a little more, capacity to hold things so that we're restocking. We will still, part of our process will still involve moving items to Goodwill. Yeah.
Councilmember Reynolds, following up on your first question, our current turnaround is shown on the existing paved area.
Okay.
So it's tight. I can't guarantee you that it wouldn't be entertained to expand it a little bit to ease access for donations. But you're absolutely right. That wasn't what I meant when I was speaking.
Okay, but you are saying it does.
Currently, we are showing the turnaround within the existing asphalt area. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And just to set expectations, the pavement is in terrible condition and will likely need to be repaved as part of the project.
There's no question about that. That'll be part of it.
But not tear down more grass or trees.
Correct.
Okay, I know there's a few more hands, but I'm gonna take a quick turn. So, excuse me. I just want to say that I'm in support of the motion, but with the understanding, Gareth, that there will be no further increase in the impervious surface. So if you guys can fit it in, that's really where I would like to be. The other thing is—
And Mr. Mayor, I just want to say this for the record. That has been the assumption all along. We considered it project failure if we went beyond the asphalt. So if we run into a design issue that is impacting that, we will be back to you immediately to discuss, but look, I want to be honest with you. We set the boundaries firm and said, do not exceed this asphalt pad.
Great. Well, that's important to convey that message to the community, so thank you for that. The other thing is a quick aside. We've had testimony this evening regarding the Lightfoot House. I know we haven't had a chance to really take a look at it. It really came to light just a few days ago. Is there any response to that at all?
The proposal came to the city council. I haven't been directed to pursue it. I will let you know that the zoning at Mercerdale Park is public institution. You could move a house there. What is not allowed and under the current zoning is a nonprofit operation. I think we've been down this path in our previous life. So if the nonprofit were to operate a museum, for example, is one of the ideas I heard today, you would have to change the zoning to allow for that use. I understand part of the proposal included move the house there for use as a donation processing center. The staff does not support that. It would require extensive remodel to make the space what we need it to be for donation processing, which is basically 4 walls in a large open space. I will also mention that the exterior of the house, actually any house that were moved for this purpose, would need to be modified significantly to allow for things like trucks to back up and big roll top doors. So our staff recommendation is that this would not be a good fit if we're intending to pursue donations or recycling at that location.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, so I'm struggling with this location in the corner of Mercerdale Park, having been down this road before. Is there any interest in looking at other options that might be available to have the second modular building placed? Am I the only one that's thinking it might be a good idea to take some time to look at that option?
Well, there is already a motion on the floor that's been seconded, and so
right. So
what happens to this particular motion?
So can I add a friendly amendment to look at option B or similar to go forward, or do we have to run through this and go there? I feel like the motion was made a little prematurely, but.
Deputy Mayor Weicker, if you're going to, that would be more than a friendly amendment. I would suggest if you would like to make an amendment to the motion, make it as an amendment.
After.
Well, you would do it now before the final motion is voted on.
Okay, then I would like to make an amendment that we look at other public land locations for the second building.
I'll second that.
Okay. Excuse me. It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Weicker and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds to amend the main motion to include a review of other sites. Is that Is that close enough, Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Close enough if it even goes, yes.
Is there any discussion? Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. I mean, are there really other sites? I mean, Jason, can you chime in on that? Like, I don't want to create more work for you if we already, if we know the answer already.
Well, your public spaces tend to be parks, and I cringe when I say that because I know the public response when I say that. So I don't know of any other spaces off the top of my head unless you're looking at a park facility. That's the honest truth.
Kind of to build off that, in addition, Deputy Mayor Weicker, something that is unique to that site is we have a structure on the site that is aging out of its useful life.
And we're talking about adding another one, right? So if we're going to add a building to this corner of the park, why not a corner of the community center by the parking lot, for example? I don't know. It's here nor there, and there's some traffic impacts and neighborhood impacts. Lots of considerations here.
All right, well, we have a motion to amend. So, and people have spoken for it or against it, I don't know, but I guess we can take a vote on the amendment. Councilmember Jacobson, you have your hand, well, Councilmember Reynolds, you also have your hand up. So, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, and I have a number of concerns about this project, which I presume we'll get a chance to comment on later. Right now, I just want to comment on the amendment, which is to say that one of my main concerns is related to parkland loss, and admittedly paved parkland right now, but parkland loss nonetheless. Pavement you can someday pull out and put grass in there. Buildings are once built or are there for 50 years or more, very likely. And that concerns me a lot. So I'm very worried about this proposal regardless, but definitely more worried about it if we're building something on site in the park.
Okay. Well, we do have a motion to amend, and it's been seconded. So I'm going to ask the city clerk to call the roll on the amendment.
Councilmember Neese,
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Nay.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
No.
Mayor Wong,
Nay.
and Councilmember Anderl.
Nay.
That's 5 nays.
Okay, thank you. So the amendment fails.
Fails.
So we do have a main motion before us. And I don't know if Councilmember Jacobson, you're the maker of the motion. Did you want to speak to it, or have you already spoken to it? All right, you muted yourself, Jim.
I know. Trying to get to the right place here. I think I've spoken to it, and I think we've vetted it pretty well.
Okay. Any other comments regarding this particular motion? Oh, Councilmember Reynolds. You're on mute again.
Sorry, I was off mute and flipped it the other way. My sense is this may be hopeless, but I've got some things I've got to get off my chest here. I'm very concerned about this for a couple of reasons. One is, the forecasts are mechanically solid, but they're based on some assumptions about revenue increase and about ability to switch to a more heavily weighted volunteer model, which both of those are uncertain possibilities to achieve in the best of times. And in the COVID era, they are extremely suspect in our ability to deliver on those. I think a lot of the volunteers in the store historically have been retirees. We're particularly sensitive about working in an environment like this in the era of COVID. So our ability to recruit volunteers is going to be quite challenging. I also think that I look around and I see the retail environment around the country. Look at Nordstrom as an example. They're not building new stores. Sure, they could do it more cheaply now because of the COVID-related impacts on the economy, but they're shutting them down. I don't see retailers going out saying, gee, this is a great time to build new retail space. And, we're all fairly savvy people, but I don't know that we necessarily should believe we're more savvy to see opportunities that all the major retailers in the country are missing. I don't think we're that smart. The second point I would make is it's one about community engagement. I think, a number of speakers in the appearances tonight and a number of letters we've gotten have talked about the fact that this is a major change to the park, a very, very significant change. And especially if we build this modular building, it's essentially a permanent change. I think most of our island doesn't even know this is in the wind. And the process has been very rushed without a lot of opportunity for public engagement. That concerns me quite a lot. And I understand the desire to rush it because doing it while COVID is a factor makes us be able to build it cheaper and build it at a time where we're not getting many sales anyway. But it scares the hell out of me to doing that. And then finally, what I come back to is the point I've been asking since the very beginning, which is if the thrift shop weren't there in the park today, would we be voting now to build one there? And to me, the answer is obvious. No how, no way. So if that's the case, I think we're falling victim to a sunk cost fallacy and saying, well, it's already there. Let's throw more money at it. And to me, that's just throwing good money after bad. So I'd hate to see it. I will be voting to oppose this.
Okay, Councilmember Rosenbaum.
I just have a process question for Jesse. I mean, are we at point of no return here if we vote on this tonight, or is there more opportunity? This seems different than a lot of the other sort of CIP projects that we've talked about in the past.
It is different. Normally you adopt a comprehensive list of capital projects. Occasionally we have single projects like this one that need to come to you for appropriation. So it is a little off cycle. That's why we're in front of you. Jason and I talked earlier this week, and there's probably a couple touch points from the council. We need to go through the design process, basically stand this up as a capital project. There's a number of things that we do, kick off a Let's Talk page, start moving on design. We hit some key points like 60% and then 90%. We have information to share with the community. We're likely to come back to you either with an authorization to bid or an authorization to award the bid, or both. And there's some variations on why I don't have a clear answer for that. But there will be another checkpoint with the council. Likely an authorization to bid, which means we get to the point where we have a bid package largely shaped and informed by a complete design. And then we can share with you also our approach in terms of Councilmember Jacobson mentioned, value engineering, and our bid alternate strategy.
Okay, because I do share some of Craig's sentiments, not all of them. But I do think that, I would like to hear more. I do think, Garrett has laid out some of the, projected traffic impacts, and I've been saying this since whenever we started talking about this, that I'm sort of unclear. Are we expecting the same person to buy 2 times more than what they've been buying, or two people coming in for every person that has been coming in? And I would like to hear more from the neighbors. I don't know what the opportunity is here. It sort of feels like we put the cart before the horse a little bit, where we didn't talk to people about this. So, I'm a little torn on this one. I do hope that there's an opportunity to do more talking about this. I understand the need to kind of move on this. I think we need a real conversation with people around this one.
All right, Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, so you know what I'm going to say, and that is that we started this exercise with a smaller budget, a smaller idea, a smaller footprint, no modular building. We haven't done any public input. We haven't done any analysis around traffic. The model, while good and thoroughly looked at, is based on a lot of assumptions that we just don't know and can't really guess, really, in this day and age of COVID, at a time when the city is facing unprecedented staffing and budget shortfalls. I'm not clear on the problem we're trying to solve. And I really think we're moving too fast without enough public input in this building going in the park. We all have heard for years how much our public values our parks, and we haven't had enough time to vet this with never mind the neighbors, but our entire community about what is the best use of that corner of the park. So I'm not going to support this. I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. If we could have a little more time to get it right, that would be great. But this train has left the station, and we have 2 council members or more that really want this done. So I'll say good luck, but I will not support it. But I will be quiet once you guys all vote yes.
Okay, Councilmember Neese.
Well, I'll just say that a lot has been said, a lot of work has been done. I want to thank Gareth and the rest of the staff that worked on this, and especially the community volunteers. I wouldn't agree that retail has stopped in the U.S. I think that there's been a marked decline in the expansion of retail, but that's building net new retail. I know from personal experience, because I work with Starbucks corporate, they're a client of mine, that they shifted from building new retail to purely operational and capital facility optimization. And to me, this is exactly that. They took the opportunity of COVID to say, how do we invest in making the operations more efficient? How do we deliver a better experience to our customers? How do we move forward? And we're very much doing that. We've heard from the city manager that you cannot continue to operate the thrift shop unless you bifurcate the operations in some meaningful way to move the drop-offs and donations from the operations. I do think that we have a great example in capital projects with capital project managers, with public engagement in the docks in Luther Burbank, and that to sit here and say that we can't do meaningful public engagement at 30% design and then move our way through the project in a way that respects the public feedback, that incorporates it into the project, and also reaches out to the neighbors, many of whom I've talked to, that abut the retail operations of the thrift shop. We're talking about moving all of the donation trips into the CBD from a single family residential neighborhood. So every resident that I've talked to, once I've explained the traffic volumes and the impacts of the Goodwill trucks, they're not city-owned trucks that come pick up these goods, but these are large commercial liftgate trucks that come prior to the thrift shop opening to load those carts of those additional goods that get wholesaled. That traffic is going to be leaving the single-family residential neighborhood as well. So I have a lot of confidence in the process. I have tremendous confidence in the city staff to manage a capital project and to manage a capital project well in a respectful way. So I'm going to support it, knowing that as we go from 30 to 60 to 90% design and get that feedback, that we're ultimately going to have a project that accomplishes our goals. One that feeds the thrift shop, that drives the revenue, that funds the social services that we all feel strongly about and the community feels strongly about. And to me, that is a worthwhile enterprise for us to entertain. So I'll support the motion.
Thank you. We've had quite a robust discussion about this. I'm going to ask the city clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Nay.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Nay.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
And Councilmember Anderl?
I will vote aye, and I will say, though, that reiterate that no expansion of the existing asphalt. And I've been assured by the city manager that we will be hearing from staff and city manager if that turns out to be something that is not feasible to maintain as the footprint. But otherwise, I just needed to get that on the record, but I will vote aye.
So
That's 5 in support, Mayor.
okay, thank you. Okay, so the motion passes. It's getting late in the hour, but I think let's go ahead and start. This is probably the main reason why we're supposed to be here, and that's the final item of special business is Agenda Bill 5775, the 2021-2022 biennial budget proposals discussion to help facilitate the council's discussion about which budget proposals, if any, should be included in the final 2021-2022 budget. We turn this portion of the meeting over to City Manager Jesse Bond, and Interim Finance Director Matt Mornick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, let's dive in. Matt and I have a brief presentation to get us kicked off, and then we'll be into our discussion. Matt, I think you have the PowerPoint. Or do you want
Jesse,
nope, you want me to try it?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Matt Mornick, your Interim Finance Director. Jesse's going to pull up our presentation this evening. Okay, starting with the agenda. I will provide a brief recap of where we are in the budget process and some background into the general fund and its fund balance, which is the focus of Council's discussion this evening. The City Manager will walk the Council through budget proposals, both longstanding and new, and then we will open up the prioritization tool for Council's consensus-based discussion. Next slide. Okay, so for a general overview, tonight marks the 6th of 8 budget-focused meetings. After tonight, we will return to Council on the 17th to request Council adopt core components of the 2021-2022 biennial budget before budget adoption, which is scheduled on December 1st. Next slide. So I'm gonna start with a high-level overview of the general fund. The unassigned fund balance is $4.4 million in the general fund. I'm going to go through the next few slides to explain what makes up this figure. The chart here illustrates total revenues and total operating expenditures in the general fund. So the top row includes only ongoing forecasted revenues. That consists primarily of general fund revenues, property tax, sales tax, utility taxes, to name a few. It does not include one-time unexpected dollars or prior year surpluses. It is just forecasted general fund revenues that support the ongoing services provided by the general fund. So the cost of which is outlined in the total expenditures row. When revenues exceed expenditures, we call this a revenue surplus. And so we estimate in 2021 that there is a $800,000 revenue surplus, and in 2022, just over $1 million. Next slide.
Matt, could you just, well, I'll explain it. Council, you've asked why the difference between 21 and 22. Is this on the next slide, Matt? Right.
No, you can
Okay,
make this.
just wanted to make sure. This is because in 2021, we funded 2 LTE positions in recreation. And we only put them in 2021 because presumably in 2021, we will implement a recovery plan, and then we will be funding a different suite of positions in 2022. So that's why there's a difference in the ongoing surplus between the 2021 and 2022 budget proposals.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. One question before Council this evening is which budget proposals, if any, should you focus your revenue surplus towards? By their nature, ongoing revenues should support ongoing essential services, items that continue to have costs year over year. This could include supporting town center beautification efforts, adding shelter support alongside reforming public camping laws, or reinstating the park maintenance casual labor. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, the unassigned fund balance is $4.4 million. Of which 800,000 in 2021 results from a revenue surplus we just walked through, while the remaining 3.6 million includes unspent resources from prior budgets. So this is the same chart from slide number 5, but now we've added the fiscal year-end fund balance, less the committed portion of the fund balance, and the resulting unassigned fund balance at fiscal year-end, that $4.361 million figure. Next slide. So of the 4.4 million, 3.6 million is made up of one-time savings, which are a result of expenditure savings that the City Council set aside in prior fiscal years, meaning they're one-time resources. We classify these as one-time resources because we are unable to duplicate these expenditure savings year over year. They were one-time occurrences unique to that point in time. Next slide, please. Council can consider using these one-time savings to pay down one of the city's unfunded long-term liabilities, like the Left One Reserve. Council can set aside resources to start for startup services that were shut down during the pandemic once it is safe to restart those services. Council could fund special projects or one-time budget proposals, or leave a portion unappropriated given the economic uncertainty with where we are in addressing this ongoing global pandemic. So for now, I'd like to just pause and see if there's any questions on the material I just covered.
And Council, we did have a number of questions on that, so I asked Matt to go through it one more time just to make sure we were all on the same page. Benson, you're muted.
Benson. Deputy Mayor Weicker, your hand is up. Oh, okay. No hands right now?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Jesse.
All right, City Council. So the main event this evening is actually to work through the budget proposals and provide direction to me as to which, if any, may be included in our final budget. We have a process that we'll go through tonight. Most of the budget proposals tie to the general fund. There are a handful that impact the utility and the capital improvement fund. We didn't factor this into your calculator because it became overly complex and the dollar amounts hitting these other funds is low. So the 5 budget proposals I have listed there impact other funds as well. So the finance software number 9, the town center parking study, I'll talk more about that in a minute. The financial analyst position is split between funds. The sustainability program manager is split between multiple funds, and contract utility locate services is within the utility fund entirely. Okay, I don't expect you to be able to read this list. I'll just remind you that we've broken out the budget proposals based on those that are one time. They are essentially a special project. They have a start and end time in terms of their duration. We have taken number 4 and number 8 off the list, but they're still shown just for continuity since they were included in the preliminary budget. We have added, actually, a number of budget proposals since we published the budget document. And I want to take a moment now to make sure everybody's clear on what they are. So number 14 was just added, a consultant to create the city's housing action plan. The failure to include this in the budget proposal list was my responsibility. You may recall we have talked about doing some scale of this work for quite some time, including a discussion in 19 where I indicated we would put this in front of you prior to the comprehensive plan. Thank you to Jeff Thomas, who just joined our team as our planning director and said, hey, if we're going to do this work, we actually need to program it now. Jeff, we've been putting this one together pretty quickly. I spoke to Jeff Thomas this evening. I'm going to ask him to just briefly pop in here and share a little more about a variation on this.
Yeah, thanks, Jesse. Good evening, City Council. It is getting late, so I'll try and keep this brief. When I was asked about a week and a half ago to put together a brief estimate as to what it would cost to have a housing action plan developed and considered by the city prior to the 2024 periodic update, after doing some preliminary research, talking with a couple of staff, we came up with a number probably on the high end of the range of the $150,000. So that's what you see on the slide here that's in front of you this evening. That's been included in other materials provided to you. I do want to take a quick minute just to step back or maybe go up in altitude to just affirm what a housing action plan is so we're all on the same page. Our current comprehensive plan, last updated, at least of the major periodic variety in 2015, actually does have policy under goal number 4 in the housing element that does speak to completing a strategic planning work program to implement the housing element every 5 years. So that work, it has been 5 years since the periodic update occurred. And to my knowledge, to the best of my knowledge, we have not undertaken that work in the last 5 years, hence the conversation that's occurred here recently. So that strategic plan work program is in essence a housing action plan. So it's a document, it's a strategic document with an implementing work program that would essentially execute the housing element of the comprehensive plan for the city. Whether we're talking about doing a housing element or a housing action plan, there's an effort called a housing needs assessment, which is an absolutely necessary component to doing either of those larger efforts. The housing needs assessment will provide an inventory of existing housing, analysis of current and future housing needs. It'll identify gaps where current housing stock is not delivering the needed and or projected inventory of housing type. And it can also include an analysis, inventory and analysis of policies, programs, and regulations related to housing in general within the city. So I want to step back to this 150,000 for a moment. In developing that number, many of you, most of you probably are familiar, at least a little bit, with House Bill 1923 from 2019, which was a bill that started as a mandated effort to increase densities to create more housing stock and more availability. That bill ended up being passed in a fairly dramatically different form where there were some recommendations in it, and then it was incentivized with some money that was attached to it, $5 million, I believe, at the time. And the Department of Commerce was delegated to run a grant program to distribute this $5 million. Initially, it was intended to be among the 62 large cities in the state, to undertake one or more actions within the bill itself to create additional housing opportunities in the large cities in the state. So the reason why I bring that up is there were a number of jurisdictions that applied for funding under that grant program to either individually, as an individual entity, city, create or update a housing action plan for their city. Or there were a couple of regional or group efforts, I guess, where there were neighboring cities that combined into a singular grant proposal to do essentially the same thing, only in a group of 2 or 3 cities within a specified geographic area. So in looking at some of the grant recipients from that program and doing some research on some of them, a small sample size, I was able to put together that, generally speaking, it appeared that these housing action plan efforts were varying in price. There was the lowest cost one I found was $94,000. The highest cost one was $150,000. So not knowing exactly what we may have been getting into with this, I erred on the side of caution and went to the high end of the range, was the number that I gave the city manager and the interim finance director. Hence, you get the $150,000 in the document. In addition to that, in looking into this a little bit further now, this housing needs assessment, again, which is a critical component, whether we're going to be updating the housing element as part of the next periodic update or whether we're going to be doing a housing action plan, I am confident, and having been through this before actually in my career, I think we would be somewhere down in as a part of a component of the total cost of the housing action plan, I think we'd probably be in the $30,000 range to be able to undertake that effort and have that necessary work done. So in terms of this item specifically being on your list, I think there's a couple of different ways of carving this up here a little bit. One option could be to have the council direct to move forward to do the full effort in advance of the 2024 periodic update. Another option could be to only do the housing needs assessment and then move forward with the 2024 periodic updated comp plan, which would then determine what, if any, housing action plan would be done to actually implement that updated effort. So I hope this information is helpful, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
So I just want to make sure the council understands. To summarize, we put together this budget proposal. We used the high end, full scope, housing action plan, budget estimate. You may choose not to do the whole housing action plan. We do at a minimum need to complete the needs assessment. If you chose to go that route, we would recommend you amend the budget proposal to $30,000.
Councilmember Anderl.
Thank you. I think you just answered my question in terms of the dollar amount, but to what extent could Arch help us with this based on the contribution we already make?
Excellent question, Jeff.
Yeah, that is a great question. We have reached out to Arch. We are actually scheduled to meet with Arch this week to discuss this exact subject. So Arch has been able to help other jurisdictions within their membership over the years. Generally, that's something they need to work program as well in advance to be able to work with cities. They don't necessarily do all the work, especially with the housing needs assessment. A lot of the data collection and analysis is generally done by a third party, a qualified third party that will help out even if Arch is involved. But that is a great question, and we are going to be discussing that with Arch this week.
Thanks.
Given the fact that you're going to be discussing this issue with Arch, even if we decide to include some of this budget proposal, it's subject to change depending on what you find out from Arch and what they're willing to do, or able to do.
That's correct, Mayor Wong. We're having the conversation with Arch this week, and I would say with all of our budget proposals, particularly where we've scoped a one-time project, there may be some variability, right? We're adopting a plan, basically a budget plan, and we may come up with a different strategy and identify ways to save resources. So that's always on the table for us.
Okay, thank you. Nobody else's hands are raised, so
good.
Andrew, proceed. Okay,
well, that was probably the most meaty change that I wanted to talk about. And I did skip the town center parking study. Council, there was some information shared with you today regarding the town center parking study. Mayor Wong asked, can part of the study be funded using Sound Transit settlement funds? And the answer is yes. My recommendation, originally this was an $80,000 general fund budget proposal. My recommendation is to put 50% of the cost, or $40,000, into the street fund to be funded by the Sound Transit settlement dollars. The reason I'm recommending we still earmark 40 for the general fund is because I anticipate there's additional scope here. We haven't fully fleshed this out, but particularly because we want to take a look at the parking ordinance in its entirety. Some of the components of that may not directly tie back to Sound Transit settlement funds. And I could be wrong. That scope may change, and in that case, we would reevaluate the project funding. So that has been changed here. Your fire services request for proposal, you provided direction to me on October 6th to bring back a budget proposal. It is here. It is $80,000. That's assumed to be bringing on a consultant to help guide development of an RFP, the RFP process itself in terms of engaging partners, and then the review of the RFP responses. I assume a number of council meetings as part of this exercise. And we've also got a set aside for outside legal counsel as well to support this effort. Quickly, the other three items, funding for a special election. One of the things that always catches us off guard is if we do decide to put a measure on the ballot, we pay the cost of doing so. So I asked the staff to prepare a round number estimate. Should you decide to do that, Should we not pursue a ballot measure, these funds don't get spent. So just to be clear on how that works. And finally, you have one-time startup buckets here, $400,000 for recreation, a set aside, and $100,000 for thrift shop. I know when we met last time, you said, Jesse, you got to tell me more about this recreation startup. What is it? And I think there was some frustration when I said, I don't know. And the truth is, council, I don't know. So what I will reassure you is this money doesn't get spent until I come back to you with a recreation recovery plan that you approve. So I hope that reassures you a little bit more. I can say this with certainty. I anticipate the first programs that we will bring back online will be summer camps end of June. So that is the target we're aiming for. How additional programs and services recover after that, I don't know yet. Is this a big number, $400,000? It is, but remember, with recreation programming, we can't just hire staff and start the program the next day. There is some lead time that we need to factor in. And not all of our programs fully cost recover. In fact, most don't. So this is a set aside so that we have some cushion to work with. The same for the thrift shop. You know, we're still working on what the comeback plan is. We anticipate we will need staff as we start to scale up donations and thrift shop retail days. So this allows a hire ahead opportunity. And again, we'll be back in front of the council before these funds would be spent. Budget proposals ongoing. Again, this is your list. These are mostly staff positions or services that are anticipated to extend beyond the biennium. We have 3 new proposals, public camping and shelter support. This is with anticipation of bringing an ordinance to you probably in January or February of next year regarding restricting camping in public property. We want to make sure that we're contributing funds to nearby shelters. Should we have somebody that's experiencing homelessness on Mercer Island that needs a place to go, we can safely get them there. And this donation, $10,000, it's outlined in your budget proposal, but I believe it's going to 4 different area shelters. Contract utility locate services, it's showing as zeros here because this is a general fund slide. But this is contracting for utility locate services, about $60,000 a year needed from our utility fund. This work is currently performed by staff. It's very high volume, high impact work, and it would be much more efficient for us to outsource it. And this is traditionally done by many cities. And finally,
just go ahead and finish up.
Okay. Finally, what we've plugged in starting in 2022 is a $400,000 recreation programming operating subsidy. So as opposed to the one-time expenses we anticipate needing in 2021, we are putting in a placeholder here, subject to be discussed again by the council, $400,000, and you can see it inflates over the 6 years for an ongoing subsidy. What we need that for, I'm not sure yet. Again, you're bringing your recreation programs back online will likely require an ongoing subsidy. And remember, in 2021, we funded 2 LTE positions in what we call the Recreation Transition Team that aren't shown in 2022. Conceivably, we will need a variation of those 2 positions to move forward, in addition to more staff as services start coming back. And I think that's a good time to take a break for some questions before we go through our exercise.
Yeah, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, guess if she managed to go back to the $10,000 for the camping parks thing. Is that a quid pro quo? Is that kind of the price we pay to be able to refer people to those? Or is it just kind of a feel-good gesture that we feel like we should do that if we're directing people there?
I see Ali just chimed in.
She's on mute though.
Ali, you're on, appear to be on. Your mute sign is not showing, but we cannot hear you.
Still can't hear you.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yay! Okay. So it's not a quid pro quo. It really is the city supporting East Side services that we don't have on Mercer Island. It's the same thing we do with domestic violence, sexual assault, alcohol prevention. There's a number of human services that we contribute to in a pooled fund. So this would be the same situation where we are dedicating city dollars to support the services that we don't have on the island, but we would be using on the east side.
And how did we come up with the number 10,000?
It is comparable to the other amounts that we spend: domestic violence, sexual assault, alcohol prevention.
Okay, thank you.
Elliot, this is Benson, and maybe this is a question for Beal, but isn't it also somewhat required under the Boise case?
Well, it's not required that we contribute to a shelter. I'll let the city attorney speak to the case, but this was our way of supporting an area shelter since we don't have any shelters of our own.
And Mayor, you're correct. Under the Boise case, the court said that jurisdictions cannot remove, cite, or otherwise penalize someone who's homeless and spending the night at a public location, say that may that be a city right of way or park, if the jurisdiction does not have the means to relocate them to a shelter or a homeless, a shelter for homeless people.
Okay, thank you.
So ideally, right now we have some agreements or arrangements with shelters that Chief Home has arranged. If we had an ILA or other agreements with more solid arrangements and guarantees, that would be better. And I think this would be a step towards that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
City Manager, no other hands are raised at this point?
Great. Okay, so here's how we're going to work through the budget proposals tonight. And I need to start with a question because the whole process is based on having a complete list. So before we begin reviewing our budget proposals, I do want to ask, are there any new budget proposals the City Council would like to consider? And if the answer is yes, I will say I need 4 more council members to nod their heads that they'd like to add it to the list. You're not approving it, you're adding it to the list. I will also suggest that now might be a good time to discuss baseline reserve amounts if you desire to include them so that Matt can put them into the calculator. I know you probably saw we included a line for the LEF 1 reserve and also the firefighters pension. So we're beginning our discussion now. Again, are there any budget proposals that are not on our list that a council member would like to add? I would want to ensure there's 4 or more supporting. And anyone would like to put a recommendation on the table for baseline reserves?
We have Council Member Rosenbaum, and then
I'll throw it out there. Let's talk about the farmers market. I know there's sort of been some changes in terms of their reimbursement for the city, sort of what that looks like, but I'm sort of curious what my colleagues think about supporting that effort. I think it's a tremendous community asset. I think it brings people to Mercer Island and helps support our small businesses. Curious what my colleagues think.
So Councilmember Rosenbaum asked today what the current arrangement is. The farmers market is paying the city about $20,000 a year, which covers the staff time that we put into the farmers market, primarily tied to opening and closing the roads for the market, which is work that has to be done by staff. So Councilmember Rosenbaum, I'll ask you to be a little more specific. Are you putting something on the table, a full subsidy, a partial subsidy?
I think a full subsidy is appropriate.
So that would be $20,000 per year. And if that is to be included on the list, I would want to see 4 council members with a thumbs up to move it to the list. Okay, we only have 3. Oh, we have 4. Okay. So what I'll ask Matt to do then is he's got our budget calculator. We'll be showing that in just a moment. He will add the farmer's market subsidy to the list for discussion tonight. We also had on our discussion a left one reserve or a fire pensions reserve, a fire pension fund additional reserve contribution. Is the council interested in funding either of those reserves and or plugging in a placeholder now, or would you like to come back to that at the end?
I'd like to plug in a number, I guess, maybe for the left one reserve, I guess. And I will defer to Councilmember Reynolds, given his expertise and involvement with actuarial things. But I just plugged in $200,000 each year, given the amount of the unfunded liability.
So it's a $400,000 one-time contribution for the biennium is what you would be considering, Mayor Wong?
Correct, split between the 2 years.
Okay. The year split probably doesn't matter with the one-time funds, but.
Sure.
So council, I'm looking to see if there's a thumbs up for, to plug in a $400,000 left one. I have, yes, okay. So Matt will plug in a $400,000 for the left one reserve. Is there any desire to plug in an additional reserve contribution for the firefighters pension fund? And again, we can come back to that at the end.
Well, I wrote in 100,000 again.
100,000 over the biennium or each year?
Each year.
Okay, so that's $200,000 for the biennium, a one-time contribution to the firefighters pension fund. I have 1, 2, I have 4, all right. See, you thought this was gonna be long and tortuous. Okay, let me get back to my screen share real quick and then we'll get into the discussion. So council, what I'm proposing tonight, I've done this not with the city of Mercer Island, but in my previous life, consensus-based discussion. I'm gonna do what I just did, which is I'm going to facilitate so that the mayor can participate. What we will do is go through the budget proposal list. Initially, we'll take a pass through and I will ask for a thumbs up or a thumbs down. So for the initial pass through, your thumbs up means you support the budget proposal going forward to the final budget with no further discussion tonight. And I'm gonna use my mom voice here and say, if everybody wants to discuss all of them, we're gonna be here till 1 a.m. Okay, so please think about how important it is for that discussion. If you give me a thumbs down, that means either you do not support it, you need more information, or you want to discuss, okay? So the first pass, thumbs up, means we're not even gonna talk about it tonight. And you support it going all the way to the final budget. If I see 4 or more thumbs up, 5 or more thumbs up on the first pass, it will move forward. 4 or less, we'll bring it back for discussion. And the reason I'm doing it this way is because it's a consensus-based process and I'm driving, so I wanna see the supermajority. I have a couple team members working with me tonight. Matt Mornick is going to bring the budget calculator up in a minute. When we get a yes on something, he will change the calculator and update it. Ali Speets is keeping track of everything that you say yes to. And, whoops, I've got 2 computers.
Can I make a quick suggestion?
Sure.
Just because we're at a late hour, if we just forego the thumbs down and we only go with the thumbs up, we will save 50% of our time and we'll arrive basically the same outcome. We just count the thumbs up.
That's great, thank you. Okay, so once we've, the text has changed a little bit with that change. If I don't see 5 or more thumbs up, the item is going back for discussion. Again, I'll be facilitating. We're available to answer questions, provide additional information. If getting to yes requires an amendment, again, this is consensus-based, so let's talk about what those amendments might be. For example, I've heard there might be interest in changing the Economic Development Coordinator position from an FTE to an LTE. That's a perfectly appropriate amendment to make when we get to discussion. If we get to the end of discussion, and what I'm going to be working towards is, can we get to 5 yeses? If we can on an item, and we've amended it or we've sufficiently addressed it, it will move to the yes list.
I'm sorry, Jesse, just to clarify real quick. So if we want to talk about something, or we have questions about something, are you recommending we ask it as you bring it up, or we vote?
No, I'm going to make an initial pass and we're not even going to discuss. So if you want to discuss something, don't put your thumbs up. Don't put your thumb up. Okay, thumbs up mean if I get 5 or more, it's moving to the final budget with no further discussion. Okay, so where we're headed here tonight is hopefully a process that gets us to a list of items that are a yes. Ally will be tracking that. She will read back the list once we've concluded our work, and I will ask for a motion based on that list. At that point, council, once a motion is on the floor and moved and seconded, if there are other items that were potentially 4-3, you can address those via an amendment. I'm going to be facilitating from a 5 or more consensus-based position. And I know that was probably a lot to digest, and I think the best way to tackle this is probably to get started. All right, let me get out of this here. All right. So let's start.
Well, Councilmember Reynolds has a question. Oh, raised his hand. He's up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just want to clarify one thing, and well, 2 things actually that are related. One, the left funds and the pension funds are coming from the one-time funds. Is that correct, the way it was proposed?
Yes, that would be my recommendation.
Okay. Secondly, you said we're going to go through with this five process, which I think makes a lot of sense. Then we're going to have a vote at the end with some possible amendments. Are we doing this separately for the one-time funds versus the ongoing funds? That's what I would recommend. I'm hoping
We're gonna actually run through the whole list one time and then ongoing, and then we'll come back to the top and discuss the items that need to be discussed.
Okay.
So you'll be voting on them all together. So Matt, I'll just note for the long-term liability fund and the left one reserved to switch those boxes to yes. Oh, no, never mind. Nope, sorry. Okay, so you just gave me a 4 thumbs up to add the long-term liability fund, $200,000 in one-time funds for the biennium. If you recommend moving this to the final budget, and you know what, this is gonna be really tricky here. Let me see if I can get more of you on my screen. Okay, I think I have all of you now. So if you recommend moving that item to the final budget, please show me a thumbs up. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, that one goes, and you can change that to a yes, Matt. No further discussion. Paying down the long-term liability left one reserve, we have $400,000. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Okay, we have yeses on the first 2 items. We're making great progress. Classification and compensation study, support to move that to final budget. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Okay. We are biennial public opinion survey, support to move that to the 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yes. Look at you guys, my mom voice, it did amazing things. Municipal court services study, support to move that to final budget. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay. Cultural competency training, $20,000 in 2021 and 2022, support to move that to the final budget. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes. And now I can't, okay. Town center retail analysis and code update. Support to move that to the final budget. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. You guys are knocking it out of the ballpark. Item number 7, which has been amended, transportation and parks impact fees study update and development of a new fire impact fee. Support to move that forward to final budget. Yep, we got everybody. Okay, enterprise resource planning software. This is the finance software acquisition. Support for this one to final budget. 1, 2, 3, yes, okay. ADA transition plan, support to move this to final budget. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so ADA transition plan comes back for discussion. All right. Soil remediation and site characterization to final budget. 1, 2, 3, yes, okay. Youth and Family Services funding. This is the appropriation to balance the YFS fund from the general fund. Support to move it to the final budget. Yes, okay. Town center parking study, I just mentioned, 40,000 here, 40,000 street fund. 1, 2, 3, 4, yes. All right, cities, consultant to create the city's housing action plan. And I'll just mention, if you want to amend this number, do not put your thumb up. If you do put your thumb up, this becomes a placeholder. So support to move this as presented to the final budget. 1, 2, okay, housing action plan comes back for discussion. Okay. Fire services request for proposal, $80,000 support for final budget. 1, 2, 3. Okay, fire services study comes back. Funding, this is a placeholder, funding for a potential special election, support to include that in the final budget. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes, okay. This is the $400,000 one-time placeholder for recreation, recovery, planning and startup, final budget. 1, 2, 3, yes. Okay. And thrift shop startup funding, $100,000 one-time final budget. 1, 2, 3, 4, yes. Okay, let's catch our breath here. So Matt, tell me the numbers we see on the bottom are totaling.
The numbers we see impacted here that the council has decided on.
Whoops, Matt, we lost your audio. I'm sorry. Can you go scroll down, please? The 1 point there, that number I'm seeing, 1.7 million, 1.6 million, that's totaling, yes?
That is totaling all of the proposals that you see in this column, not the ones that have been noted as yes. The ones that have been voted on as yes are being reflected here.
Got it, okay. And so our total in 2021 one-time expenses, as we've just gone through, is 1.36 plus 1.48.
Correct.
Okay. So we're at about, 1.4 plus, we're at about 2.9. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the pass through the ongoing budget proposals. Same exercise. So a thumbs up means it's going to the final budget as presented. Economic Development Coordinator, a full FTE. Okay, that one's coming back for discussion. Let me get caught up here. Senior Policy Analyst, 1 FTE. This is in the Planning Department, going to final budget. Any thumbs up? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that one's coming back. The Financial Analyst position, going to final budget. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, that one goes to final budget. You'll notice that number 22 is already a yes because it's a net neutral program that's coming back. It's levy funded, so we'll skip that. Patrol officers going to final budget. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got everybody. Okay, that's a yes. Sustainability Program Manager, 1 FTE. And again, the share that's shown here is general fund. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that one's coming back for discussion. Reinstating the park maintenance casual labor, going to final budget, support for that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the parks look terrible. Good vote. Sorry, I'm probably not supposed to be weighing in, right?
I thought there was no commentary allowed.
I was just at the community center and boy, we have some planter beds that need some help. Okay, town center beautification, $60,000 annually, support to move it to final budget. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that one's coming back. YFS Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Training. This is that special training request for the YFS department. Support for moving that to final budget. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That's a yes. The public camping and support for, funding support for area shelters. Move to final budget. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Okay. That's a yes. This one is shown here with no general fund impact. Contracting out utility locate services, moving that to the final budget, even though it's not shown. 1, 2, 3, okay, yes. And the recreation programming operating subsidy, again, this assumes once we're back on our feet, we'll need some funds to keep us going. Move to final budget, 1, 2, 3, 4, yes. And then, Councilmember Rosenbaum, I think had 4 or more supporters. This is a new budget proposal, not in your packet. $20,000 to restore the subsidy to the farmer's market. And any 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that one needs to come back. All right, you did an impressive job.
Mayor Bond, or City Manager Bond, could you recount? Could we do a recount on that last one?
Oh, yep, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I just thought that too. Okay.
Okay, so for farmer's market, I see 1, okay, there we go. I see 6 now. Or 7. You know what, Deputy Mayor Weicker, I'm not sure I'm seeing your, okay, we got everybody. All right, nice job, everyone. Now, Matt.
Can we go home now?
Not yet, but you just did impressive work, really impressive. So, Matt, tell us where we are with our calculator and the yeses turned on.
If all of the decisions that the council's made thus far, with all of the yeses, we're looking at a $4.1 million expense. The net impact for one-time changes is 2.8 million, and ongoing changes is 1.285 million, which will carry forward through the next fiscal years.
Okay.
So council can see the impact of those decisions over the next 6 years.
Okay. And I just, I want to put a caveat on this, council. You start to see the negative numbers, and that is something to be worried about in the out years. However, remember your 21-22 budget is based on pretty conservative revenue forecasts. So I don't want to say there's not a crossover point in the future, because every municipal city does have that crossover point. But let's remember that, you know, we're working on 2021-22 budget assumptions. Okay, Matt, let's, all right, let me see if I can get you all back on my screen. Okay. And I want to do just a quick check. Alfredo, are you able in broadcasting, are you seeing both? Are we getting the full picture here on my screen? Yes. Okay, thank you. All right, council, you requested to come back and talk about the ADA transition plan. Well, you didn't request that. I didn't get 5 thumbs up. So Jason is here in the background. And let me flip to my proposal. Does anyone have any questions, specific concerns?
This is Lisa. I just put my hand up, but I don't know if you can see it. It seems like a lot of money on a plan when it seems like we already know there are ADA things that need to be done that came out of the Aubrey Davis, parks study or plan, master plan, I already forgot the acronym, the ADMP, seems like a million years ago. But just kind of talk to me about why we would need to spend that much money on making a plan when or would we be better off to spend some of that money actually making certain things ADA compliant or friendly?
Great question. This is so the Americans with Disabilities Act requires our organization to have a transition plan, which basically looks at not only our assets, but our operations as well. And the plan identifies where you're not in compliance. The unfortunate thing for municipal operators and other types of government is we have to actually examine all of our lane miles of our streets, for example, our sidewalks, where we don't have accessibility, look at all of our parks. That is the reason the cost is there. It is basically a significant inventory of operations and assets. I did an ADA transition plan. Actually, I started one before I joined Mercer Island, and this was the city I worked for previously spent almost twice this, but they had more inventory than we do. So Jason and I have talked about this for a couple years now, ever since I joined the city. We are not in compliance. We would certainly, if there's a way to scale this, we will definitely open that door. I'd like to, get started and show that we're making progress. So that's the reason it's broken up. It's not work we can do in-house. We have to, just contract out for a consultant to come and do the whole thing. So that's what it is and why the amount is so high. It's such a significant inventory. Now, the return on investment for us is, once we have a plan, we know where the improvements need to be made. We're not doing them in a one-off fashion, if you will. They become part of our capital projects going forward. We understand, for example, when we do this road improvement, it is not up to ADA standards and it will require X, Y, and Z. So there's a benefit to doing the work in this way, but it is expensive, Councilmember Anderl.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I was one of the no thumbs up on that. If you got 4, I mean, it just doesn't sound like we have a lot of choice.
I don't believe we do. However, I will say we will scale it to the best of our abilities and, work with a consultant to be cost effective in this approach.
Well, and once we have a plan, don't we have the opportunity for some grant funding?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So there might be an ROI there.
That is, part of the plan too is how do we actually plan to fund the improvements? It doesn't have to be done in one fell swoop, but how do we start planning for meeting some of that ADA requirements?
Okay.
All right, so let me do a quick gut check. Where are we at to move to final budget? Oh wait, Councilmember Jacobson has a question. Sorry, Jake.
You're on mute.
Well, I'm wondering if this isn't just buying ourselves a hell of a lot of trouble, because we have the plan and it's going to say on the street I live in, well, there's no sidewalk. And so you're going to have to improve this little 1-block stretch of 83rd Avenue Southeast. And why can't we simply examine each time we do something that has to, we change or touch a street, if this is all street related, which I'm inferring it is, why can't we just do that as we go? Because one of the problems about having a plan is then you are obligated to start doing a bunch of stuff. And I don't see that we're going to have the resources to do the kinds of things to make every public way on this island ADA friendly. It would certainly be nice, but most streets are, have no sidewalks, for example, and most don't have any street lights.
Right.
And, are we just buying ourselves a big amount of trouble? I don't see why it can't be done as we go. So when we redo 40th, like we did this year, or parts of 40th, we address that. But we don't spend a bunch of money on consultants we're going to tell us all the stuff we need to do, and then somebody's going to say, well, you haven't done it, so now you got to do it. I think it's a huge risk assumption that I for one am very concerned about.
I hear you. I absolutely hear you. And here's what I'll tell you about the ADA Act. It requires organizations like ours to complete a self-evaluation and transition plan that addresses the requirements of ADA Title II. It doesn't say you have to implement them all right now. It says you need a plan to explain how you will bring things up to ADA standards. We do not have that plan, so we are not in compliance. The rumor is, and Jason and I went on a massive mission last year, is that sometime in the early 90s, the city may have done something that looked like an interim ADA transition plan. We don't have any record of it, and it wasn't ever adopted. And so it looks to me like this work is outstanding, and we need to complete this work. Many other municipalities, not all, have completed their transition plans. So the good news is we have experienced consultants that can come in and be expedient in their work. And then that is used to inform, Councilmember Jacobson, our projects as they move forward. It doesn't mean we have to fund everything right now. It just says this is how you're going to bring things up to speed as you move forward with projects. And importantly, it also picks up the operations side of the city. So everything we do as a city has an accessibility component. Even this meeting, actually, I was just thinking about that. Our website has to be brought up to meet accessibility needs, people with hearing or that are vision impaired. So there's many, many layers of the transition plan.
I understand it, but I think it's a poison pill. And we're gonna swallow it one of these days. And I don't see why it can't be done as we go.
And if the council...
Excuse me, we're aware of the requirements. So when we go around to fix the website, then we add hearing and visually impaired stuff. When we remodel or redo a street, then we address it, because it's not like these are secrets.
Right.
And that we have to have pay some consultants a whole lot of money to figure out for us. We know what these things are, and we can do them as we go. And we may have to add a little bit of money to all the stuff we do, but we don't have to spend, $250,000 at this point to be told we have to do a whole lot more stuff. I'm against it.
I understand. I just want to make sure everyone understands we're not in compliance with the ADA Act because we haven't met our self-evaluation and transition planning requirements. That in itself may have risk, but I agree, Councilmember Jacobson, with what you're saying. As we do projects, we certainly do, all of our projects incorporate ADA requirements.
As they should.
I mean, is it legitimate to say that is our ADA transition plan? That is, as individual projects are identified, the ADA components will be overlaid into them?
Based on what I understand about an ADA transition plan, no, that does not meet the requirements. And council, in making your decision this evening, I will just ask you to weigh the risks of anyone that might challenge us against the investment we make in preparing the transition plan.
I'm in.
Jesse, you have a number of other people with their hands up.
And you know what, Mayor, you'll have to help me because the way I have my screen on right now, I can't see the hands raised.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, Councilmember Neese, and myself.
Yeah, a couple of things. First, to Councilmember Jacobson's point, I get where he's coming from. I understand that. It's frustrating to make a plan that we may not have the financial resources to deliver on. But if it's that requirement that we object to, we ought to be lobbying Congress to get them to change the rules. This is the rule. It's the law. We got to follow the law. I don't think we have, not following the law should not be an option for the city as far as I'm concerned. And I also want to remind everybody that it's all very easy for us as far as I can tell, non-disabled people to make judgments about how important or urgent this is. I think there are a lot of people on the island that are not in that camp that would have a very different view of the priority or importance or urgency of this. And I think it's important to keep that in mind. So I'm fully supportive.
Councilmember Neese.
So maybe this is Jesse, maybe this is Jason, but I understand the requirement that we need to do the work. My concern is the timing of doing it because we only have so much dry powder, and if we do it now, we won't get to do it again in 3 years when that might have been a better time to do it. So you said we got to take an inventory of all the assets, and then we have to prescribe the ADA requirements around those assets. I know we have an inventory asset system that we didn't used to have. Are all the systems that we need to make this operational going forward in place now? Is this the right time to do this with the rest of the pieces that we need to be efficient about how we would kind of ingest that information, catalog it, and then operationalize it?
That's a great question. And one of the things Jason and I have talked about is there a way to phase this work? Because I think it, in my opinion, not a legal opinion, my opinion as your city manager is that if we make progress on this and demonstrate progress, that mitigates some of our risk. I would say that in terms of our inventory, probably the best place to start, also the most probably costly in terms of just scale, is our roads, because our inventory is complete there. Parks is recently been inventoried as part of the PROS plan. That would be the place to go next. Probably the item that I defer, maybe even to the next biennium as a phase 3, would possibly be city operations. That may not be the right time for us to take on that body of work. That likely will require some staff support. So infrastructure, roads first, maybe parks second. Jason, do you have any thoughts? I kind of jumped in front of you there.
The other piece I'd say is parks and buildings are coming on board into our CityWorks asset management system in the next biennium. And so, which is all tied to GIS, which makes a nice homogeneous system for us to use as we have to prioritize reinvestment needs and where these projects may align in the future. So I think there's a good opportunity that things are lining up in this next biennium to allow this to happen. And
so this is the reason I bring this point up, is I would hate for us to implement a plan that then has a city staffer having to go backfill all that information in the asset management system. I would rather, if it's possible, to have a plan implementation consultant go through our inventory and then make the updates to that, if that's a possibility.
It is. And typically the way the consultants work is they start with to your point, Councilmember Neese, our data. So roads and streets and sidewalks is in our asset management system now. They would take a look at that, and then there is usually a field verification piece that can be done, by a consultant or staff, depending on how we're working the proposal. This was funded in your previous biennium when we did our budget reductions. We took the project out. We basically removed it, and we're bringing it back for reconsideration this year. I haven't explored fully with a consultant what it would look like to phase the work, but council, what I might suggest is either funding all of it and knowing that we'll start with roads, or funding a portion, start with roads. It doesn't have to be 2021. We can also start in 2022.
I would I would be comfortable with you having the budget authority to do it, as long as the requirement was that the consultant worked within the asset management system. If the asset's not there, then they don't do that work.
That's great. So parks and facilities are, as Jason mentioned, in the process of coming online into CityWorks now, and they should be live, 2022 at the latest.
Well, I would support it with that addition.
Jesse, my question is simply, you've said, and number one, I think the deputy mayor mentioned that in order to be eligible for certain grants, we need to have this plan. What are the other consequences if we don't have this plan? Is the city at risk legally, and what are the consequences?
Well, and Mayor Wong, my rule is I'm hesitant to discuss in depth my opinion on legal risk for the city. I will tell you generally, cities have been challenged nationally and some in our state that didn't have the plan, and they were challenged legally, and they may not have been successful. I don't have court cases in front of me, but I just want you to be aware that could happen. And the outcome, I don't know what that would look like.
Sure. Okay. Councilmember Jacobson, and then perhaps we do another thumbs up on this one. Councilmember Jacobson.
I'll lower my hand here just a minute. I'll lower my hand.
Okay.
I'm again it.
All right, Jess, you want to do
Okay, so now that we've had the discussion, I'm going to take Councilmember Neese's recommendation as something that we would incorporate into the project scope, which is we would not begin the ADA transition plan work unless we have the specific assets being studied into our city work system. So that supports the phasing I was talking about. Can I see the thumbs up to move that to final budget? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that became a yes. Okay, the housing action plan. So this is new on your plate tonight, and you heard Jeff Thomas earlier talk about, we put a placeholder in here that was fairly sizable based on our best educated guess at the moment. If the council would desire to do something less than this, a housing needs assessment, which you heard Jeff say, we do need to complete that work prior to the comp plan update. That was about a $30,000 effort. So questions, comments on this? And again, Mayor Wong, I can't see thumbs up or thumbs down, so I'll need your help, or hands raised.
No, there's a lot of hands. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. Jesse, I don't want to mess with the whole process here, but if there's a meeting happening this week, is there a way we could push this one off until we get the results of that meeting?
Sure, we could bring it back on the 17th with more information.
That would be my preference. It feels like we're, I think this is important, but if Arch is able and willing to help us with this, I'd love to take that on.
Okay.
I'm not sure whose hands are raised. I'll just go down the line. Councilmember Jacobson.
I concur with Councilmember Rosenbaum. Let's kick this over, much as I hate kicking the can.
Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, I was going to be willing to vote for 30,000 for the needs assessment and then, do a late, game day adjustment after the Arch meeting. But, and I would not support 150, period, regardless.
150 feels high to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking back on our discussion of multifamily tax exemption, which is probably some of you at least remember was something we took away a few months ago, and I was very sad to see that go away. And at the time, we talked about the fact that maybe that wasn't the right tool to address the problem of affordable housing, and talked about the need to explore additional tools. And I think this is time to call in the chips on that commitment, that if we're going to explore additional tools, this seems like the right first step to me to do. And my preference would be to authorize the full 150 now, with just the understanding that we're giving the city manager and our CPD director direction to try to get Arch assistance with this to drive the cost down if it's possible to do so. But either way, we've got to do it if we're serious about providing any measure of affordable housing in the city. I think it's important.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to look at the budget without knowing what Arch is going to come back with, because my understanding of the housing plan for Mercer Island was we had town center height incentive, which created affordable units. We have a model ADU program that is utilized more broadly than just about anywhere in the region. Maybe Seattle is more than us. And then we have Arch. And so trying to understand how spending 150 grand because it's prescribed by a prior update that some prior council made to a comprehensive plan, I need more information to be able to make a decision on whether that is a smart path forward. If we could actually create a plan that would create units rather than just creating a plan, I would need more information. So if we've got a week to have a meeting, I'd like to hear back about the meeting and learn more about it myself.
So let's just do a quick check then. Is there support to bring this item back then on November 17th, given that we have an upcoming meeting with Arch, a little more time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, okay. So that will stay no on the calculator, and I'll just ask the team to make a note. We'll be adding this to our discussion on the budget on the 17th. Okay, fire services request for proposal. This is the $80,000 placeholder for the RFP process. Any discussion on this? Questions?
Well, this is Lisa. As I recall, that passed 4-3. So I don't know what it takes today, to get it onto the final budget. I mean, or we just have to put it as an item for discussion on the 17th if we don't get a 5th thumbs up?
The proposal the process I outlined for you so far is to take anything that's 5 or more to the final budget. At the conclusion of our discussion, and we're closely wrapping up here, Ally will read the list of items that you identified as yeses. I will recommend that somebody accept that as a motion and second it. From there, since let's assume on this item you may not have 5, if somebody would like to make an amendment to anything where it may be 4-3, that would be the process I would recommend you use.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll be happy to walk you through that when we get there, because I know it's not exactly crystal clear. So any hands raised, Mayor Wong, on this item, or should we move on? Oh.
I'm sorry. Looks like Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I just want to clarify one thing in my understanding. I believe we had a 4-3 pass on this at the last meeting or a couple of meetings ago, which was a vote to authorize the city manager to come back with a cost estimate for doing an RFP. It was not a 4-3 approval to do an RFP. And I think tonight this was 4-3 against, not 4-3 for, or not 4-3 in favor. So I think that's an important clarification.
And I think what Councilmember Andrew was asking me was something different, is even prior when this came up, we didn't have 5 votes, but you may have 4. And so she was asking about clarification of how, since I set the bar at 5, you actually by motion tonight.
We have 3 so far, don't we?
Right, at the pass through, right? You don't have a motion on the floor yet, right?
Okay.
Okay, Mayor Wong, any hands on that item, or should I move on?
Deputy Mayor Weicker has her hand up.
So what if we want to just take this off the list? How does that work?
Well, you will do that by motion shortly. Any items that don't pass as the final motion do not move to the final budget. So
be patient, God.
So it's off the list until it gets put on the list, right? And right now, it hasn't been put on.
Yeah.
No more hands, Jesse.
Okay, so let's move down to the ongoing changes then. These are mostly staff positions. So where we had items come back for discussion, the Economic Development Coordinator. This was proposed as a full FTE, 100% general fund supported. I've had 2 questions since the last meeting. One was, does this have to be an FTE? No, it actually does not. It could be an LTE, which would be a short-term position for the biennium. I do recommend, however, council, based on our experience this past year, that you fund it at 40 hours a week, or what would be full-time, given the workload related to the pandemic. The other question I had is, Jesse, what do you think? Will we have some additional CARES Act funding that could be used for this position, or something similar to the CARES Act? And I think the answer to that is, it's hard to answer, but potentially maybe. If we do receive additional funds, this would be one area that you can consider utilizing those funds for.
You have a question from Councilmember Rosenbaum?
I was just going to say, I'd like to see this be an LTE position at 40 hours a week. I think this is really important. I do want to see this person succeed, and I think we'll have a good sense after 2 years as to what the workload looks like.
Okay.
I'm starting to see thumbs up. So did the change to an LTE bring that to 5?
Can I ask a question about the LTE? Is that really significantly different from an FTE?
So it's the same, it's the same budgeting. It indicates when we're doing our hiring process that this is a short-term position.
But you can always terminate somebody, you hire them as an FTE. And if the work is not there, or if their performance is not there, then you can still terminate. It's just it's not much of a difference, but.
You can. I will tell you, having unfortunately worked through layoffs this year, your FTEs per policy are prioritized over your LTE positions. So that's one difference.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not going to stand in the way if everybody
Okay.
wants it.
So that became a yes with the conversion to an LTE. And again, Ally's tracking this and will help us build our final motion. Senior policy analyst, this is a position in the planning department. And this is a full general fund position, assuming this is a position doing non-permit work. It was a no comments, questions.
What exactly would this person be doing?
Let's see, I just realized I did not bring my budget notebook. Jeff, are you in the background with your work plan?
Yeah, I can comment on that. Well, the way we stand currently with our staffing situation is we have very little human resource available to do any of the what's commonly referred to as long-range planning work or policy work within the department. So when we look forward to 2022, we're going to have the public interfacing portion of the billable lands process to complete, in 2021. We're going to have whatever docket proposals are moved forward by City Council here in December for 2021. The deadline for that closed earlier today, and I believe we had 11 separate proposals submitted from the public, comp plan amendments and code change proposals in all. And that doesn't include the 3 or 4 that need to be submitted by the city as well for consideration through this process in the next month. We have the aforementioned effort related to the housing action plan and or housing needs assessment to prepare for the next periodic update. Sorry, I'm just looking at my list here over to my right. We have some potential work on the town center that will be coming forward as part of the interim ordinance. Another interim ordinance we need to get cleaned up related to wireless communication facilities and small cell deployment. And also looking on the list that was in the preliminary budget proposal, I believe there's a report that's been requested back to City Council on the 2017 Residential Development Standard Code Amendments. So that is the essence of my list at the moment.
Can they also fix our sign code?
Yes, sign code, that's on the list too. Thank you. That'll be one of the docket proposals.
So Jeff, question for you. If this position isn't funded, I know you and I talked that this work, that long list of items, it still gets done. It's much slower and it likely gets spread out beyond the biennium. And
it would be it would be very, very challenging to complete all that work within that period of time. The big variable will obviously be the some of those things are fixed. We have to deal with them. Sign code we have to deal with. The interim ordinances we have to deal with in some form or fashion. Any proposals that get docketed we have to deal with. So there are definitely some fixed items on that list that don't change with or without this position. We're the staff that we have currently are almost the exception of Allison to a degree. The staff currently are doing 100% development review. We have a very, very thin margin currently in the department to do anything over and above development review and digging ourselves out of this hole that exists with review times and recouping our recovery costs from those. So we're doing a lot of work almost exclusively in those areas currently. And
we have a question.
Work that you're seeing come forward from Allison is the other work in the department, that list that I just went through that's occurring at the moment.
We have Council Member Reynolds with a question. Oh, none? Okay.
No, sorry. Can you just comment, what's the headcount reduction among the policy analysts at the CPD this year compared to 2019? You're down 2 people, aren't you, and just bringing 1 back?
We're down.
I'm not 100% sure. 2019 staffing, I'm not 100% certain of. Perhaps Jesse, can you help out with that?
Actually, I just realized my budget notebook is not with me. Ali, can you tell me what the planning department headcount changes? Sorry.
I'm pretty sure it was at least 2 down.
The planning team had a planning manager, 2 senior planners, and 2 planners. Currently, there is a senior planner and a planner, and we also have 1 other temporary planner through the end of this year. That's the staffing that's in the planning team.
So we've gone from 5 down to 3, of which 1 is temporary.
Correct.
And typically,
so given that we're going into the comprehensive plan update season, trying to get at least a little closer to where we were is not an outrageously unreasonable request, it doesn't seem.
It's not outrageously unreasonable, except that we have funding limits.
Understood, yes.
So typically, in the past, our planners, we carved out a portion of their time to do non-permit work, basically the long-range planning or policy work that Jeff just described. We haven't had a position previously called a senior policy analyst. I called it that because I was trying to distinguish it from staff doing permit work. I will mention, council, maybe some options here for your consideration. The economic development coordinator was just made an LTE. It's still shown in the ongoing funding list, but really that's a one-time allocation over a 2-year period. So conceivably you could move it up into one-time dollars. The senior policy analyst, you could do the same thing. You could make it an LTE. You could make it an LTE for 1 year. We could reevaluate so we could catch up on the backlog. I'm not a huge fan of 1-year positions. They become hard to fill. We may not get the person with the right skill set, but I'm just throwing out some ideas here.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Weicker, you had a question?
Yeah, I was just going to ask if turning it into an LTE would make it more palatable to get us to 5. I'm supportive of getting this position here to get the work done that we need accomplished. So would LTE get us to 5?
Councilmember Neese, do you want to comment first, or should we just?
Well, I mean, the issue that we had with CPD was that somebody whiffed the budget and there wasn't enough revenue to support the staff, and it had built up a pretty significant deficit. Now we're looking at adding back in exactly the portion of the revenue that is not cost recovered. So what I would say is, this is a question to Matt. The cost recovery is something between like 85 and 92%. So given the projections of CPD cost, how many dollars are available in the non-cost recovered portion of the budget? And are there enough available for this and the portion of the CPD director and maybe Allison, whatever portion of Allison is assigned to long-term planning, that are not cost recovered? Because otherwise, you can't use Craig's analogy, because just because we were at 2 and we're going to go to 1 doesn't mean that that's the right thing to do, because what we did just do is build a pretty significant deficit. We can't take the path of just building another deficit.
So Councilmember Neese is correct. We're nowhere near our cost recovery goals per the council policy on permit recovery. We're well under. At the next meeting, Jeff will be bringing to you, as part of your fee schedule an update to those fees, which will convert some of your flat fees to hourly fees. And we think that will help address some of this cost recovery gap we have, which is significant. I actually agree with Councilmember Neese. We have a problem that we haven't solved yet. You won't see returns on those new permit fees until sometime next year. In fact, we did not change your revenue projections in CPD. They are still, I would say, low and conservative based on what we've experienced this year, because we wanted to see what the trend would be after the new fees were implemented, presuming you take that action at the next council meeting. So you're pulling out of the general fund resources here. I don't know if that answered your question, Councilman.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I hope the council understands that this is, once this position is funded, you're creating a position that will create a lot of work for the council, for the planning commission, for the public engagement. It creates all sorts of work. And I'm not deriding the value of the work. It's valuable work. It needs to be done. But once you hit the start button, the costs start flowing. And I would caution within the budget exercise, because we just kind of uncovered this deficit problem, this cost recovery problem, this problem with CPD, that it should be addressed holistically before we start firing it back up.
So maybe let me put out an alternative for you to consider. Jeff and I have talked about this quite a bit, Matt as well. This may be a position that you don't fund right now, but I'd like to keep the door open to bring it back to you for a mid-biennial discussion or even a mid-year discussion next year, once we've tracked where we are with revenue recovery. What that means, council, is that list of work plan items that Jeff rattled off will be kind of peanut buttered out as staff have time. That might be okay for not right now. We are going to reach a point, though, where we need to do a comprehensive plan update. That kind of kickoff work starts about a year from now. That might be a better time to have that resource discussion. I just want to make sure you understand that the work items slow down. And if you're okay with that, us, continue to just chip away at our task list, those are your options.
Well, I'm fine with it being a boomerang proposal. We know it's going to come back to us, but when we hit the start button, it's go. And I would hate that the general fund has to subsidize this beyond the non-cost recovery percentage when it could be funding school counselors.
What if we funded half a position for 2021, not half a position, but assuming the position wouldn't start until July 1st or something?
So a mid-year start?
Yeah. I mean, it's probably going to take a while to find somebody good anyway.
Well, again, this is just for the budget. My concern is that, according to Jeff, there's a ton of work, and I get Salim, I get your point, but the work needs to be done. And Jesse, why don't you go ahead? No other hands are raised. Maybe, is the alternative to go to LTE? I don't know if that helps this situation, but you want to try?
So support to convert to an LTE. So it's a 2-year commitment and move to the final budget. 4. Okay. What I might suggest then is we'll keep this one a no. If you desire to amend it in your final motion, you can consider that. Councilmember Anderl, you had proposed a 50% of mid-year start in 2021. Did you want me to test the waters on that, or?
Sure.
So let's call it a mid-year start. So we would fund it at 50% in 2021, and let's call it. Do you want to keep it in LTE? So it's a year and a half. That's kind of tough.
I don't care. FTE is fine.
All right. Support for a mid-year start into 2022. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. You guys are hard audience tonight. So this one stays a no. You can pick it up later if you'd like. Sorry, you guys. I know it's getting late. Sustainability Program Manager. I imagine there's some questions or comments on this one. The general.
Yeah, I'd like to. Oh, go ahead.
The general fund impact is shown here as a reminder. This position is split across utility fund, stormwater fund, and capital projects.
Councilmember Reynolds has his hand up first, and then followed by Councilmember Jacobson, and then Councilmember Anderall. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I just look at this one and I think the multiple emails that we got over the last few days and previously a few weeks ago crystallized it well. To me, this is the most important position we've got on this list. If we don't solve this, nothing else matters. So I'm fully supportive of this one. I also look at it and view the general fund cost as our biggest constraint. And this is a very small nugget in the general fund since it's the only other funds. It's a no-brainer to me.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Why do we call this person a manager if this person is going to be working in a department and be managed by the head of that department? That's what I don't get. I mean, it seems to me that and I realize that there's a huge cheering section for this for a variety of reasons, but as a practical matter, I'd be much more comfortable if we said it was a sustainability analyst, because that's what I conceive the way it's organized to work.
Good point. I believe the manager title was included in the event this person is supervising a couple of staff. And Jason, did we ever land the plane on that? No.
It's a program manager, not a manager.
Yeah. But I will tell you, Councilmember Jacobson, we don't use the title analyst here a lot, but I would like to do it more because it reflects a position that is doing high-level technical work and not necessarily managing. So I have no issue with what you just proposed.
Well, we have number 20 and 21 are both analysts. So
I know, those are new.
well,
Yeah,
okay, but
yeah.
we're perfectly comfortable about calling somebody an analyst.
We've just added those job titles are brand new, so I'm happy to support that change. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Anderall.
Yeah, well, this goes back to the January planning session, I think, where I advocated very strongly that sustainability should be a part of what every department is charged with. I don't kind of like siloing it or balkanizing it. And so I don't support creating a separate position at all. But I certainly don't support creating, having the general fund pay out of it when up until now, I mean, where we're going from either a 0.6 or a 0.4, I can't remember how Ross is split, up to one full one. And I don't have a full, clear understanding of what extra work needs to be done and why that can't just be done with a charge to the department heads to say, this is what you have to have sustainability as a part of, a consideration of every project. So I don't support this at all.
Okay. Did you want us to walk through the scope of work for this position, if that would be helpful or not? I think it's in your packet, so it may not be beneficial at this late hour.
I'm sure it is, and I've read it, and I don't think you need to do it again, but unless you think I misstated something that you want to clarify.
Well, I'll just remind the council, this, I like Councilmember Jacobson's suggestion, sustainability program analyst or something comparable. The idea here is to take this position and put it into our operations department. So the individual is working across maintenance, capital projects, sewer, water, storm, all of the areas, fleet, where we can really make a difference on our operations. And we have somebody that's focused on what we're doing day to day and with our capital projects. We currently have a 0.4 position, and it's a limited capacity. I've seen 2 years, a year of a pandemic and a year prior, where the position split does not work because the communications need overshadows the sustainability need. So that's part of the reason I pulled the positions apart.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, I would just add that this sustainability analyst position would integrate tactical as well as strategic and philosophical efforts around sustainability. This position would work with the sewer and the water and the storm and work with the Parks Department on trail cleanup and tree canopy and also kind of do the policy work with the K4C. And this council has had a commitment to sustainability and climate action at the highest policy levels, as well as the absolute program manager levels, with promoting alternative modes of transportation and solar panels and recycling. And we can use this position to house all of that sustainability work and leverage our partners like Recology and like PSE to sort of promote sustainability holistically and tactically. So one position to sort of be a resource for all our other departments, as well as house end-to-end climate action and sustainability work in all the ways that we talk about it, whether it's financially, environmentally, social justice. We already have half of it, and the public works will be paid for through the utility funds for the other half. So it seems like a really leverageable win-win position on multiple efforts and a lot of bang for the buck. So I am 110% supportive of this, and I'm hoping we can get to 5.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Just a quick comment to say, I absolutely agree with Councilmember Anderl that we need to integrate this into every department, but that's exactly why this position is important, to make sure that happens, to hold people's feet to the fire, to help them develop plans, to help them implement those plans, to make sure it does do what she wants it to do. So that's the big part of the reason I'm in favor of it.
Okay, any more questions remaining, or can I do a?
Yeah. Councilmember Neese, do you have another comment, or should we just take a vote?
Well, I just wanted to quickly add my 2 cents. So, you know, we heard some testimony from Jonathan Harrington, who I think is probably one of the most engaged people on Mercer Island with this respect. And his frustration I heard loud and clear, which is this position has to be somebody that gets stuff done. And, you know, I think it's fine to call it sustainability program analyst. I don't have a problem with that. But what I do want to know is, because it is a step up in going from a 0.4 to a 1.0, I'd like to see a detailed position description. And I understand, I've asked this before, you know, what are the additional responsibilities going to be in detail? And what should we expect results-wise out of this position? And I get that that is different as somebody that works at a permit counter or somebody that manages capital projects that come and go. But I think with a sustainability position, we can say, this is a backlog of work that we expect it to be done. We want to see it get done, and we want it to get done on this timeline. And I would just request that if the council funds this position, the community would like to see what is going to get done for the extra cost. And so I'll support it with that caveat, but I don't know how you bake that in.
Let me just say I'm going to support it as well. And I think this is, the beauty of this is that it's going to be embedded in the entire operations of the city. Plus, I think the funding of this position makes a lot of sense. And I'm going to rely on Jesse in response to Councilmember Neese's concerns, which I think are legitimate, that she's, or Jason or somebody's going to be supervising this person. And so I'm sure there'll be tasks that have to be performed, and so I'm not concerned necessarily about the person not being fully utilized. And so
I will just say I concur with Councilmember Neese. There's a need here, if this position is funded, and I was uncertain going into the budget, for what I'll just call a next level work plan for this position, you know, really picking apart the pieces that we haven't been able to get done in 1920, and then building out the operational components. I think Jason and I have a pretty good sense of what that work is, but I understand what you're saying, which is the need to have specific performance measures and work plan items that we can evaluate.
And that goes true with all the positions, Jesse, right?
Yeah, that's true. In some areas of the budget, though, I will point out, we have quite a lot of detail. The sustainability manager, we could easily take another step.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me do just a quick check of thumbs. Sustainability manager, I haven't heard any changes. Good discussion tonight, except for, job title change. Sustainability program analyst, I do like that. Where are we at with move to the final budget? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay. So that is now a yes. And town center beautification did not get 5 yeses. Jason, 10 seconds. Tell us what this is.
This is your plan against the town center, your annual color splashes in the summer and the fall. This is irrigation, plants, and labor that was reduced as part of the last budget process. The $60,000 would reprogram that work in the town center, specific to the town center.
Lisa has a question.
No, it would just, I just want to speak in favor of this. I was one of the thumbs ups. I didn't see who the other three were, but I think it is just as important or more important than the farmer's market subsidy. It's a drop in the bucket for how it enhances the downtown experience for, you know, everyone who goes downtown, not just people who go to the market. And we saw what you lose on a visual and aesthetic basis this summer when you don't have that. I think it's a good investment.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Councilmember Neese.
Yeah, I supported it on the first vote. I support it again. The reason is that this is a drop in the bucket, as Lisa said, and I don't see much sense in supporting an economic development coordinator and doing the farmer's market without doing this drop in the bucket. This used to be the source of all of our B&O revenue, used to go to the Town Center Beautification Fund, which was basically FTEs that maintained the town center, along with a little bit of capital. So, to me, it's important to do.
Councilmember Jacobson.
As an avid gardener, I'm all for this. My hand is raised just to find out whether this includes Island Crest and the center line there. And if it doesn't, if we can look at, here we go, Jesse, a volunteer, some people who will adopt that and make that the, as nice a face as the town center is.
Jason, does it include Island Crest?
Which Island Crest median are we referring to?
The median.
The one closest to town center to start?
The town center, talking about the town center, what are we talking further south?
I'm just talking about the median that.
Wildflowers?
Yes, it'll include the wildflowers.
Thank you.
I knew where you were going with that, Councilmember Jacobson. Okay.
Yeah, then Jake's in. That's great.
We have Deputy Mayor Weicker.
So I was just going to ask about that port grant we get every year for economic development. Can that be used to offset some of this to sort of put a little relief and flexibility in the budget?
Yeah, I presume we will have those opportunities going forward. It's been nice having a temporary position to help steward that program. So yes, we could apply for resources in the next biennium to support these types of projects. I can't budget for it though, right?
Right.
It's not known yet.
Okay, so if we can move that money to this budget to bring this down eventually, then I can get behind it.
Okay.
No other questions.
So where are we at now?
I'm in support of it as well. I voted for it initially.
All right.
That's to me if we're going to focus our attention on the town center.
So that's a yes.
The town center. Traffic.
So we are through our list of second items. So what I want to point out, I was doing math real quick. Matt, if you could scroll up to the top. So we have currently, so it leaves.
And so in one-time changes over the biennium, we're looking at $3 million. And in ongoing changes in the biennium, we're looking at 1.7 million, noting that of that 1.7 million, the economic development coordinator, which amounts to $243,000, will be part of the one-time cost. This is a limited term position just for the biennium.
Okay, the other thing I want to point out, Matt, please scroll to the YFS one-time funding. So council, I want to remind you that item number 12 here is a big number, and presumably it goes down over the biennium, right? This is the one-time subsidy because we held the thrift shop revenue flat in the budget. So that means probably around the middle of the year or mid-biennium, we'll be reevaluating that. Hopefully it's not going up. Okay, so here's where we're at. What I'd like to suggest is we've gone through a consensus-based process where the items that have yeses to move to the final budget required a supermajority, 5. I will have Ally read through the list and would recommend a motion to support your decision-making this evening. Again, as part of your process, you may choose to put an amendment on the table, which certainly my rules no longer apply, and you just need a 4-person majority. Ally, you've got a long list there.
Okay. The following budget proposals will be included in the final budget for the 2021-2022 biennium. $400,000 for the Left 1 Reserve, $200,000 for the Firefighters Pension Fund. Proposal number 1 for the Classification and Compensation Study. Proposal number 2 for the Biennial Public Opinion Survey. Proposal number 3 for the Municipal Court Services Study. Proposal number 5 for Cultural Competency Training. Proposal number 6 for Town Center Retail Analysis and Code Update. Proposal number 7, Transportation Parks and Fire Impact Fee Study. Proposal number 9, Enterprise Resource Planning Software Acquisition. Proposal number 10, ADA Transition Plan with an edit to use the assets currently or shortly to be in the City Works system. Proposal number 11, Soil Remediation and Site Characterization. Proposal number 12, Appropriation for Youth and Family Services Funding. Proposal number 13, Town Center Parking Study. Proposal number 16, Funding for a Special Election. Proposal number 17, Recreation Recovery Plan Startup Funding. Proposal number 18, Thrift Shop Startup Funding. Proposal number 19, Economic Development Coordinator, which will be a 1.0 LTE. That is a change from an FTE. Proposal number 21, Financial Analyst, 1.0 FTE. Proposal number 22, Mobile Integrated Health Program. This is a budget neutral item. Proposal number 23, Patrol Officers, 2.0 FTE. Proposal number 24, Sustainability Program Analyst, 1.0 FTE. That is a title change from a manager to an analyst. And also, the city manager will ensure that there's a detailed work plan with performance measures. Proposal number 25, reinstate park maintenance casual labor. Proposal number 26, town center beautification. Proposal number 27, YFS diversity, equity, inclusion training. Proposal number 28, public camping and shelter support. Proposal 29, contract utility locate services. Proposal number 30, recreation programming operations subsidy. And the new proposal from Councilmember Rosenbaum, $20,000 a year for farmers market support.
So my recommendation would be somebody to move that as a motion and
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and moved by Councilmember Neese and seconded by Councilmember Anderall to approve the motion as read by the Chief Administration.
I would also like to propose, do people get to talk to it or do I propose an amendment?
Well, you can certainly talk to it. Well, I don't see anybody's hand raised, so I suppose if you want to propose an amendment, you can do so now.
I would move to amend this motion to also include one-time item number 15, the fire services request for proposals.
Second.
And move to include the fire services request for proposal number 15 and second by Councilmember Anderall and seconded by Councilmember Jacobson. You want to speak to that amendment?
Sure. Well, I felt, like I said, when we, I believed we were authorizing Jesse to come back to us with a, proposal to get a consultant to do an RFP to study alternatives because we needed more answers. And I think this is money well spent in terms of the overall fire department budget. I know the community sentiment is very much, passionate about the fire department, but I think there was a lot of community misconception too about whether the fire response would be coming from off island or not. I think we need to look as fiscally responsible stewards at whether overtime and other expenses associated with the fire department, including overhead, can be reduced in a reasonable way while maintaining levels of service. And so I think this is good money to further inform us and then maybe make a decision and move on.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. I'll be brief because I know we're really late. Lisa, I'll respectfully disagree with you on that. I think this is money that's not well spent. I think we are very unsure what the end of this is. The things that we are sure about is this is going to take a tremendous amount of time, and I would urge my colleagues to oppose it.
Let me just say that I was the person who voted a couple of weeks ago to ask the city manager for a proposal, and I am now going to speak against the amendment. I don't believe, basically upon further review, that the efficiencies have been borne out as far as the operations. I think it's been worthwhile to have the studies done by Matrix and then elaborated by Emily Moon. So I'm happy that that's been done, but also I think it supports the fact that the fire department is being operated in an efficient manner. I do question whether or not we would realize any cost efficiency that warrants a disruption in services. And so anyway, I'm going to vote against the amendment. Councilmember Jacobson.
Well, I think until we look at it, we won't know about that. I think the Matrix study was very long on describing times and these kinds of things. And what Emily Moon had to add was really not very helpful to me at any rate. The question isn't about whether these guys are efficient. The question is down the line, can we continue to afford dealing with this in the manner we have? And a few years down the line, we're not going to be able to afford it. And then we're going to have to be in a draconian position of either having to raise taxes or to cut services, or both. And so I believe we should leave this on here and see where things take us and see if we have some insights in the new year. And I'm going to vote for it, as I did before.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
I'm going to respectfully disagree and say I don't want to throw good money after bad. I think we have all the data we need. I think we've studied this many times in the last 2 decades. I don't think we'll get any more information. I don't think any money that could be saved will give us the benefits that would be worth taking the risk of losing our local control and having our own negotiations with our own team. So I don't want to just write a check down the road. I'd like to be actively involved in how our department is run and how their services are deployed and having our home team right here with us on your side.
Any other questions or Councilmember Neese?
Well, I would just say that the feedback that the council got was based on information that was shared by the union president that wasn't accurate. And I understand the passions in the community, but the original problem that was tried to be solved with the fire service was kicked off by Julie Underwood in the previous administration, knowing that there was no way that you could sustainably out of the general fund the department in perpetuity. So looking at a cost efficiency study that came out of Matrix that said response times were better or on par with other departments, and metrics that showed year over year, and these are all performance deliverable operational type studies, didn't answer the question of how do you fund this thing for the next 6, 8, 10, 20 years. And we've got overtime that is up in $750,000 a year range. And I would hate to see this council say, especially with a department that takes 2-3 years to even turn the course, right? You have to authorize an RFP, you have to go get people to respond to the RFP, you've got to engage the other departments that might consider entering into a contract for a contracted services. It takes years to do any of these things. And this council is going to say, because the union wrote a letter to the community that was untruthful, that we're not going to fulfill that obligation. I mean, this was well vetted. And Craig, you were in the stakeholders group. You didn't have a permanent funding solution for the fire department, and you also didn't have $750,000 a year overtime. What is going to happen based on the moon information that was given to us when that keeps growing? Or you have injuries, or you have more leave. You're going to have a department that's not sustainable. And I understand that the union president spoke to us tonight and said, well, it is sustainable. Well, that's his opinion. That's his opinion, but financially, is it sustainable for the city? So we're going to just sit here tonight and say, future councils, you can deal with it when it takes 3 years to turn the Titanic. And this is a big, big problem, and it's a big percent of the general fund. And it's something that without study, without real analytical work, a college try, talking to the partners, engaging the public, you won't get there. But I would hate to see the council split along the lines that it looks like it's split along to say this is not worth studying. It makes no sense to me.
Okay. Any other comments? Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. I was feeling invisible there for a minute. Yeah, I'm opposed to this as well. And I think what it comes down to this is we spent a lot of money on looking at this already. They didn't find any magic bullets and any magic golden keys. And I look at what it takes to run a fire department, and it takes head count, and it takes equipment, and it takes stations. And those are the three big things that drive the cost. And unless we're willing to close stations or reduce equipment or reduce staffing levels, I don't see any sort of way that we're going to cut costs by going over to be run by another entity. They pay their firefighters about the same amount in Bellevue that they pay them here. So we're going to have about the same amount of cost. Yes, we might save a little money on the chief, but we're going to be bearing a share of the overhead that Bellevue has in their system as well. Those things are probably going to largely offset. We're going to end up about where we were, but without any control anymore. So I just, and no consistency of staff or consistency of culture or community connection. And when the fire, along with police, are two of the most important services the city provides, I think those things are really important. I will note it's really unfortunate that the community got the impression from the union's note that we're talking about closing down stations. But even if we're not talking about closing down stations, I don't think it does us any good. So I'll be definitely very much opposing this.
Deputy Mayor Weicker, your hand is up.
Nope, sorry, just moving locations.
All right, so there's no further comment. City Clerk, will you call the roll, this amendment?
This is just to clarify, this is the vote on the amendment.
This is a vote on the amendment to include the fire services request for proposals. City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, one moment, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Anderl?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Nay.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Nay.
Mayor Wong?
Nay.
I'm sorry, nay or aye?
Nay. No.
And Councilmember Rosenbaum?
No.
We have 4 nays and 3 ayes.
The motion fails.
Motion fails.
Are there any other amendments to the main motion that was made?
Can I just ask Matt to put back up the full list? In particular, I want to see what the no's are that are missing right now.
So you've got the housing action plan discussion deferred. You just voted on the fire services RFP process. You have a no on the senior policy analyst. And that is it.
Yeah, I would like to propose an amendment to include the housing needs assessment for $30,000.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Reynolds and second by Mayor Weicker to include the consultants to create the city's housing action plan.
To create the needs assessment, not the action plan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you just saying the needs assessment?
Yes, I would propose the other one, but I don't think it'll pass. So I'm starting with the easier one.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
this is based on what Jeff Thomas shared earlier, to perform a housing needs assessment, $30,000.
Do you want to speak to the motion, Councilmember Reynolds?
So in view of the lateness of the hour, I'll say no, because I've already said what I had to say before. It's an important first step towards what we need to do.
City manager, remind me, was this the one that we talked about perhaps deferring?
We did. We started to discuss the merits of a housing action plan versus a housing needs assessment. Jeff Thomas mentioned he has a meeting with Arch this week and some follow-up work he's doing, which is why we put it out to the 17th.
All right. All right, let's see if there's anybody who wants to speak to for or against this motion.
Just want to clarify though, it still shows 150 there. I'm suggesting 30,000 since that's what the needs assessment would cost. Want to make sure there's no confusion on that.
Yep.
Sure. Thank you for that clarification. No other hands are raised.
Lisa's got her hand up.
Well, yeah, my physical hand is up. I will speak against it, just even though I said I would support 30,000 for a needs assessment. I think the wiser course at this point is to wait and see what the results of the meeting with Arch are.
I'm going to agree with Councilmember Androl. I don't, again, let me just double check to see if anybody is raising their hands. And otherwise I'll guess Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, Craig, I'm with you on this policy, but I just want to see how the meeting goes with Arch first.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson.
In the interest of time, I'm willing to withdraw my motion. It's not going to pass.
Okay. All right, motion is withdrawn.
Do I need Councilmember Weicker to agree to that?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Okay, so moved. Or
Okay.
second.
That motion to amend has been withdrawn. Are there any other outstanding no issues?
Yes. There is the, I'm sorry, I just lost it though, because we're not far enough down on the screen. The senior policy analyst. I don't know, maybe if we need more discussion, or because I don't know, it seemed like there was some willingness to make a shift on this, but I would move to, fund it mid-year in 2021.
Second.
And yeah.
Second.
Okay, so moved by Councilmember Androl, seconded by Councilmember Rosenbaum to include the senior policy analyst in the main motion, with the exception that it start mid-year, mid-2021. Let me just see if anybody wants to speak for or... Yes, well, Councilmember Androl, you made the motion, so do you want to speak to it?
I think we covered it.
Okay. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
It just feels to me like this is the work that we really need to get done. And Councilmember Neese, I understand your perspective around this, but we can't keep kicking all this stuff down the road forever just because it's going to create work.
Okay. Councilmember Jacobson.
This is not about, I'm getting tired of this meeting, I'm loving it. But I will agree with Councilmember Androl's motion. I think we do need to start it, but let's start it when we're likely to have found somebody to be able to do it.
And some fee schedule changes to pay for it.
Exactly.
let me just say that my preference would be to start it earlier, but I don't think that's going to be supported. So,
And you know what I will say, just counsel for the record, not all of these positions can be filled by January 1. There's going to be some natural staggering, so this probably worked out just fine. It also allows your planning director and staff to focus on the fee issue and cost recovery in the first part of the year, which means your policy work may slide a little bit, but we can't do everything at once. So this might be a nice compromise in terms of how we need to prioritize our time, because I do totally agree with Councilmember Neese that we have to get this cost recovery issue resolved or under control.
and that study's being done already, isn't it, City Manager?
Well, it's coming back to you in the form of a fee recommendation in 2 weeks.
Okay. All right, nobody else's hands are raised, and so we have that amendment. So City Clerk, again, we have an amendment to include the senior policy analyst starting July 1, 2020, July 1, 2021. You want to take
Neese?
roll on that?
Yes.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
And Councilmember Anderl?
Aye.
Great, thank you very much. I'm gonna hope Ally and keeping track of the changes or the amendments. We now have we're back to the main motion with the amendments. Are you able to remind?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So the main motion, there is one change to the main motion, and it's the amendment to add budget proposal number 20, senior policy analyst at a 1.0 FTE to start in July 2021.
Thank you. And that motion, I'm sorry, that motion was made and seconded and has been amended and seconded.
Can I call the question?
Before you ask the question, I want to clarify with Ally and with Deb, do we need to vote on, we just need to vote on the motion as amended now, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
Sorry, Councilmember Reynolds.
No, that's what I was suggesting. I'm calling the question, meaning I want to vote on the motion now.
Okay, all right. You want to end this meeting, I understand.
Well, I have other things I want to say later, but yes.
So it's so early.
For us, the motion as amended, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Councilmember Anderl?
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
And Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
So, Council, thank you. As we wrap up this item, I want to tell you, Matt and I and the budget team will be meeting tomorrow. I want to look at where the totals landed. We may need to bring it back to you to just look at the whole list and make a few minor adjustments to make sure we're still balanced. But the bulk of our work is mostly done on the budget proposal, so thank you.
Well, on behalf of the City Council, Jesse and Matt and the rest of the staff, as long as this meeting has taken, surprisingly, it's been better organized and coordinated. So that goes to your planning and your processing. So thank you for that. That brings us to the other business on the planning schedule, City Manager Bond.
You know, given the late hour, I'll just say this. You have your next council meeting on November 17th.
Okay, thank you. Reminding people that this is very late in the hour. Council member reports. Deputy Mayor Weicker. Councilmember Anderl. Councilmember Reynolds.
I just want to make a quick observation and a request for further discussion.
Mayor Wong, thank you for bringing forward the $400,000 for the left fund. I spent some time looking at the numbers today. And to be clear, I am an actuary, but I'm not a pension actuary, so I'm not going to try to give you rigorous actuarial advice. I'll defer to my partner, Robert Schmidt, who signed that report. But based on my quick calculations, it looks like at $400,000, if we paid $400,000 towards that fund every year, we would not get to fully funded status until 2034, which means we're asking taxpayers for the next 14 years to pay for services that were delivered in the past. Which is a huge inequity problem. And the further we delay those payments, the more we're layering future generations with the burdens of paying for past services that should have been paid for decades ago, but the council kicked the can down the road. And I think it's important to put this topic on the agenda for the future and come up with a plan to address that funding shortfall.
Thank you.
And we should talk about how to do that, but not tonight.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Real quick, the Superintendent's Advisory Council met last week. Lots of talk around reopening, obviously. One interesting note is that they're down 218 students off of where they thought they'd be last year. So definitely something for us to keep an eye on as well.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson.
I attended the same thing that my colleague Dave did, and but I have nothing further to report. He's summarized it nicely.
Okay, Councilmember Neese.
I don't have anything.
Okay. Let me just see if I have anything. I'll just quickly mention that on Thursday, October 29, I, along with Deputy Mayor Weicker, attended the PSRC's General Assembly, and the General Assembly basically adopted the Vision 2050 as amended by 96% affirmative vote. The amendment that was made pertained to Snohomish County. As you may recall, Snohomish County wanted to increase the amount of the growth in the rural area by 6%. PSRC had originally said 3%, and through the magic of hard work with the Snohomish County exec and King County exec and their staff, they agreed on a 4.5% increase in the rural area of Snohomish County, and that again was passed. So that's all I have right now. And again, our next meeting is on November 17. There being no further business before the council. The time is now 11:37 p.m. and the meeting is adjourned. Please remain seated until the city staff has terminated the broadcast. Good evening and stay safe and healthy. Or maybe I'll say good morning in about half an hour.